All right, Shannon, thank you.
It seems to me this is really a battle of the Commonwealth versus the campaign. Virginia clearly has a Commonwealth a lot of talk already this evening about the fact that just a year ago, Biden won by 10 points. But even more remarkable is that the last time that a Republican won any statewide office, governor, lieutenant governor, attorney general, was in 2009. Every time since then, the Democrats have won all three statewide tickets. So, that's a tremendous built-in advantage for Jordan Paul going into this race. And I don't think it's an overstatement to say that when Youngkin became a Republican nominee in May, who generally seems a kind of sacrificial lamb against the very popular ex-governor Jordan Paul. Now, that brings us to the campaign, and I think it's no question
I am sure that they genuinely think.
First of all, he is really determined his issues that they have fought this campaign about, especially education, especially the issues of teaching research school, transgender policy, mask mandates, all of that. And also, if you can't perceive the self-inflicted wounds very often on the day when he said, I'm going to parents should be telling schools with critique. Youngkin jumped on that. Is a net negative in the state of Virginia to expect the diehard Trump supporters will not find themselves too closely to Trump. I would say that in the end, it feels like Glenn Youngkin should win this race. There are tons of names. He's had different crowds, more enthusiastic crowds, but then you get to the math, and things can change. We'll see how the world turns.
That education issue really was a big turning point in the past few weeks. And I just want to take you back to when former President Obama was talking to crowds real concurrently about how he talked about some of those issues. Okay, we had that, but he basically said we don't have time to be wasting on these phony trumped up culture wars, this fake outrage by the right wing people. It has moved the needle for this business.
I have. It has spread, and it's been very much in Youngkin's favor since education, which is where this issue has hit in this campaign, has been a major issue. And there were other polls before this one week and today that said it was an important issue. At least what we learned today is that at least for the polling we did today, it turns out not to be number one. It's up there. But number one is the economy, which is good news for Youngkin as well, because he rates better on the hand of the economy, on the issue of the economy, than does Chairman Paul. I might add to what Chris was saying about Trump as an issue in this campaign. As a national matter, Republicans don't even see the line. They're going to look at the sheet. How this candidate will deal with Trump and everyone else over the road here, because Chairman Paul made his campaign against Youngkin very much about Trump, calling him an ally to Trump. I know Paul did last night that Youngkin was associated with a campaign with an event with Trump, which did not happen.
Virginia race tonight when he spoke in Glasgow this afternoon. And here's what he said.
I got something he said, whether or not I am doing well for me, whether or not I've got my agenda passed or not, is going to have a real impact on when we lose. Even if we have passed my agenda, I don't care when we lose before the agenda. I think it's going to be very close.
This is not a referendum on Joe Biden, which is an option when your guy has a chance of winning it. Joe Biden is 43% supporting Virginia. If he were at 52 or 53%, I think that McCall would have a much better chance of winning tonight. If he had for instance, if they had taken on the infrastructure bill, and they had the year and then a bipartisan infrastructure bill in August, and changed the narrative a lot from the failures in Afghanistan, the failures with inflation, the problems with the border. The big representative is positive and that's brought out there. So for all of us, and coming to access in Joe Biden's agenda,
the national issues on the Capitol Hill sometimes they don't factor into different races in Virginia, maybe even more so because it's right here. And there are a lot of workers who are federal workers who work around the city of Washington, D.C. But it's interesting to see how Youngkin campaigned. And he campaigned in Northern Virginia a lot in the closing days of this election because of that Fairfax and Loudoun County. And those were some 520,000 votes for Joe Biden over Donald Trump in the last election.
Win the area, you're trying to build up the market, sometimes you're trying to build down the other guy's market. And with Joe Biden and his record as a dead owner now after the disasters of the last summer and fall, Youngkin made a lot of forward things and he can contain the overwhelming margins that are.
Oh, he didn't even go to the White House.
Let's remember, that this is the first chance that voters in Virginia will now overcome Biden's record.
So he was at Carl Road.
We saw how he inserted himself in the Georgia race and the Senate race that did not end up going his way. And so there was, I think, a bit of distance on Trump's part as he was looking at all as to whether or not he wanted to be attached to someone who might win or might lose. And it'll be interesting to see how he spins this either way.
Yeah, and in fact, I recall like from top Republican yes, remains to be happy to confront the candidacy of his friend in the state of Illinois. Just a year ago, he was not offering the campaign. We've been talking about this might be a blueprint for other Republicans of how we the Trump supporters of not having to deal with the media. I'm sure that no president necessarily will be something that becomes a blueprint for the 2022 midterm.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you very much. We are getting some of the raw vote in, and as that comes in, you'll see it both at the bottom of the screen and the pens on the side as that raw vote comes in. It's interesting that Virginia's doing it differently. They've got mail-in ballots and the early processing. They expect to dump a lot of that early, so we could get that within the next 10 or 15 minutes in big numbers. But then you also have to weight that with how Democrats and Republicans vote. It will be much more Democratic likely because the early vote in Maryland tends that way. The rural counties also will get we should see some of that relatively soon.
Yeah, so just like we saw in Florida, in the financial sector, they began the process of putting all these categories at 1.1 million early votes in Virginia, and just a couple hundred thousand, over 100,000 last round. So this is reflective of the huge difference that we see in the way that states vote. You have a lot of early vote that came in, and also as your postmark by today, it can be counted as late as Friday in Virginia. So it's close.
As we said, usually education, it's a habit to lose.
For the better part of a year and a half. And there were some concerning things that we saw.
Everybody's not even there.
Some teacher training, and that would be enrolled in the school curriculum that we may do. Here's a lot of Virginia at the center of the big critical race theory in schools, and tonight I'm hoping to send a message that has been provide more
Good evening to you at this local polling place in Loudoun County, Virginia. Local voters told us education issues fired them up.
well, education in our schools has a new parent, see some changes made. This is their little to use people's flags, kids to have their masks when they're vaccinated.
Education has been such a great hot issue here in Loudoun County, and one comment from Democrat Karen McCarthy made it a central campaign issue. Their parents should be telling schools what they should teach them. In Loudoun County, several meetings for months, and parents are angry about how the school system handled the COVID lockdown and reopening. Others upset about schools having principles of critical race theory to the curriculum. Despite extensive content reporting on CRT, McCarthy suggested that this is an issue in Virginia. You see what's happening in Georgia and Florida because they're talking about this critical race theory. It is unfair for me to say that it's never been taught in Virginia, and I really hate it because it's a racist delicacy. Republicans like Youngkin told the other side about the podcast for Virginia voters. What we want to do is teach our children anything through one's race. That is a victim and a buckets of one person hits someone and another person hits someone and come against each other. Being competitive in order between suburbs of Loudoun County is critical if Republicans want to end the 12-year losing streak across Virginia. That's Ray Mann, the former DOJ spokesperson, the executive director of federal schools, and prior, and thank you for being here. How can you introduce this?
Yeah, this has been progressing for really 2 years. It's been said that obviously because of lockdown, really, forced also put them in a position where they're home, they're working from home, the child is working as well, and they're starting to see what is actually going on in schools. I mean, teacher trainings, it's not just parents, it's not just students, we have teachers as well.
You think that this is a blueprint for other races around the country as this issue is bubbled up, obviously, in this race, but is it a blueprint for maybe Republicans and other suburban places that everyone who's looked at? Do you sense a shift? I mean, have you followed this for the past few weeks and have seen the shift personally?
Started to realize, hey, maybe there's something going on here where political agendas in school put before food safety. And that's really sort of been a turning point on getting small people's attention to exactly what's going on in schools.
Yes, Mark Leader, what's your feel around the county this evening? The Youngkin campaign said today that they felt like they could win in county, and just a couple of weeks ago, it was if they were competitive there, it would have been competitive in a race overall. What is going to do this tonight? Is we look forward to
So I think that when you get someone like you doing a great job speaking to independents, but also maintaining your foundation is important. On the other hand, sometimes you just really is focusing only on talking about pleasing the unions or pleasing the schools, and never reaching out to the independents and parents.
This has been a passion of yours throughout this whole period, and I'm sure the fact that it's become very competitive is something that is gratifying for you. Tonight, certainly the parents in Virginia have been very fired up over what's happening in their schools. We'll see how it translates at the voting booth. Thanks, Ian.
For the raw vote numbers, and you can see those as we come in here, 4%, and there's the breakdown. We'll have the specific counties and the data in each individual counties, and when we do, we'll start going to bill at the billboard and break that down. We can also tell you that McCullough campaign is telling our reporters in the field, and they passed along this information, that the Fairfax County election officials have said that they're delaying reporting the early vote ballots. The campaign is saying that we're going to expect the votes to be counted, but it will not be the county's second vote. So, as we mentioned before, they were trying to get all of the early votes, the land votes, and that data that had already been counted dumped into the system early. Let's, we have flashbacks back to 2020 and the early days of figuring out where everything was in the process. Right now, they call the Fairfax County election supervisor and see what the data is, and that they're going to vote on that data early in among the votes.
I was just pointing out that the Youngkin campaign said earlier today that they were watching Fairfax really closely. Vote that would mean that they were going to have a little delay. So you can bet that both sides are watching those Fairfax numbers really closely in that early vote process of registering as well. So we're able to pay attention in both camps.
Let's get some analysis now from Big Actions over at townhall.com and the audience. Fox News audience. Katie, what do you see this first as we start the actual data coming in? How characters are going to have the Fox News program? saying that a lot of this is Southwest Virginia, not a real area. So it's not really an area is real.
Population-wise, it's number 5 out of 133 counties and cities in the Commonwealth. So there's a lot of votes still out there. McAuliffe with an early lead, 53-46 over Youngkin. Many analysts had expected, before we get into voting today, Youngkin needed to be around 42, 43, 44% to have a shot statewide. So we'll just keep an eye on this percentage here and see how it goes throughout the course of the night. Let's come down to, well, here's Prince William. I mean, look, at 3 of 133. So you see McAuliffe and Youngkin here. Early, 5,700 votes, 4,900 votes. So we'll just, we'll keep the powder dry there on Prince County. Come down here. This is Chesterfield County, 4 out of 133. A lot of suburban voters here. This was really, you could have circled this county months ago to try and understand where are Republican voters or where are independent voters who did not go with the Trump train for the past 4 years? Are they coming back to the Republican Party now? Here's where it stands. McAuliffe at 45.5, Youngkin at 53.5, still a considerable amount of vote that still has to come in. Many believe Youngkin, if he gets to about 52% and holds that, that would portend good things for him statewide. Remember, this is Richmond here, nothing coming in just yet. Chesterfield just to the south. And Rico County has been trending, as we mentioned an hour ago, more and more blue over the years. McAuliffe has a lead right now, just checking, 52.5, 46.5 to Youngkin. We had expected Enrico to stay in the blue column. If that were to go red, we'd have an early story early in the night. The Youngkin team would probably be doing handstands from here down to Richmond. Let's just go scan this area here in southwestern Virginia. Remember, Donald Trump's numbers were so strong. You know, you're talking 80, 82, 83%. Let's just get an early check right now and see, well, this is Washington County. He's at 85%. Still some vote to be counted there in Washington County. Tazewell, I mentioned, this is one of these keys to victory for Youngkin. If you can get over 80%, really needs to be about 82, 83 to match the numbers from Donald Trump. Let me just pop around here. You know, Brett, Martha, as you know, Virginia has so many unique pronunciations. I'm going to try and do my best. Tazewell, I know now. It's not Tazewell, it's Tazewell. And this is not Buchanan, okay? It's Buchanan, okay?
Ooh.
And so it's just a little bit of a, it's a local thing, Brett.
Yeah, I know. And you got to get it right, otherwise you get a lot of emails.
Yeah, I heard you the other night in a very similar situation. Young kids at about 85% here, but still some vote to come in. Not a huge county here, 78 out of 133 throughout the entire state. So we're starting to get some more data in.
Hey, Bill, let me take you up to Fairfax real quick.
Okay.
Why don't you go up there? We're getting from Rich Edson, state party officials say that Fairfax is going to release a partial count of their early vote in-person ballot count. They have to rescan a portion of them. They'll release the portion, what they have completed, very soon. Sounds like the rest of it will come later tonight. Unclear what is complete as of right now. What's your percentage on that right now?
Well, this is population rank 1 out of 133. So you can see how important Fairfax is to the entire state.
So they have
right?
no vote in.
They have no vote in, you're right, and they had adjusted things to try and make up for that. I just checked the email. They're saying they had a self-imposed deadline of 8 o'clock Eastern time, which is an hour after the polls close, and they're not going to meet that deadline either, by the way. Why, I can't tell you, but let me show you this, Brett. Go back to the presidential election just 11 months ago. This is Fairfax County, right? Joe Biden got 70% of the vote. This is a strong blue county in Northern Virginia. The difference was 251,000 votes in Biden's column over Donald Trump. You see now the importance of Fairfax. So what's happening there, I do not know, but maybe folks like Rich Edson on the ground can give us a bit more info in Fairfax. And we know it's going to be important throughout the entire night.
Any other things pop out? I mean, you put down Chesterfield, which is key.
Yes. I got a little data here in the southeastern part. You know, this is the Tidewater here, region here, Hampton Roads. This is Virginia Beach County. This is 2 out of 133, so you know how high it ranks. And Glenn Youngkin spent a lot of time as a younger man living in this part of the state. Republicans felt like there was a chance here that they could get more voters out and show greater strength in this part of Virginia. Maybe they can, but you know, the numbers are early right now. Only 6,700 raw votes for Youngkin and 4,500 McAuliffe. They got a long way to go for counting there in Virginia Beach. Let me just pop over here and see how we're doing in Chesapeake County. Big population as well, 8 out of 133, but again, it's early right now with these numbers here. Just a couple thousand votes between McAuliffe and Youngkin.
How about Loudon? You got Loudon?
Yeah, I've got Loudon here. We can go back there and see where we are now. So you have
a lot.
Yeah, well, a fair amount. Yeah, I agree with you. 63,000 McAuliffe, Youngkin 55,000. You're going to have at least 200,000 raw votes, I believe, in Loudon County before the night is over. So you might be halfway. But depending on turnout, we may have a little bit more to go. 53%, 46.7. It would seem right now, Brett and Martha, that Youngkin is holding his own in Loudon County when it comes to try and get the percentage down for what Youngkin needs in order to win statewide. So, yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. But, again, I think you've got probably 50% of the vote that is still outstanding there in Loudon County. You want another place? Call it. Well, this is interesting right here. This is Montgomery County in the southwest. This is Blacksburg, Virginia. So you find Virginia Tech. You know, you look out these areas right now and try and figure out, you know, with the Democratic vote, how it's going. It's very early here. McAuliffe only a couple hundred votes, and Youngkin at 565. So a ways to go still.
Bill, let's take a look at Richmond again. Can you pull Richmond up for us?
Sure can, yeah. This is Richmond City here, not to be confused with Richmond County, okay? Richmond County is over in this area. Here, we're early in the night for that county. Expect Youngkin to do well. This is Richmond City. It has been a strong area for Democrats for quite a long time now, but there's no data just yet of a county that ranks 9 out of 133 counties and cities in the state.
You know, it's interesting to watch where you think the biggest determining factor here is, Bill, where this entire race comes down to. Is it how well McAuliffe does in Northern Virginia, or is it how well Youngkin does in the southern part of the state?
That's a great question here. I think based on our voter analysis, what I can say early on, Brett, is that Youngkin seemed to be doing very well in the rural areas, but not quite as well as Trump did. 11 months ago. But in the suburbs, he was doing that much better than Trump. You get it? You know, fewer people here, more people here, which seemed to portend as to why Youngkin is making this a battle here in Virginia tonight. I would just keep an eye on that. We'll see how the percentages come in. Then in these suburbs, again, Martha mentioned Chesterfield here. Let's see what happens here in Montgomery and a little to the south there, Pulaski County as well. Just see how this comes in now and see whether or not the rural area, if you're off by a point or two, in southwestern Virginia, but you make up a point or two in places like Loudoun County, well, it's more than a wash. You have done the work that your campaign set out to do, so that will be the key for his campaign tonight.
I mean, the Youngkin campaign set out to win Loudoun County. I think a lot of people 2 weeks ago would have said that if he had a good showing there, it would be impressive and potentially enough to outbalance what we're talking about in southwestern Virginia. But they're, you know, as of this morning, they were saying, you know, we plan to win Loudoun County, which would be very interesting and obviously makes that a really important place to watch, especially given that it's really the heartbeat of this whole parent issue.
One more quick thing, and that is the vote that we're seeing now, according to what the Virginia officials were telling us, was going to be early vote and mail-in ballots, and then we're seeing some of the smaller rural states in the South. But that vote is not characteristic of the whole Commonwealth.
Correct on that. And what we expected was the early vote to be more blue than red, which really hasn't been the case based on history. Tell you one other thing that's fascinating about Virginia. You guys know this. Perhaps the audience does, and perhaps they don't. There are 38 cities throughout the entire state. Little specks on a map that you can see behind me right now. They have their own governments. They run their own show. And it's like Charlottesville right here in this Albemarle area right here that we talked about. Or up here, if you see see that speck on the map right there? That's Arlington County, Virginia, across the river from the Potomac. Its population is enormous given the relative nature of the state, 7 out of 133. And just next to it, if it works for me right there, that's Alexandria County, Virginia. Again, high in population. This is where Democrats have moved. Over the past 12 years, it's where the growth has been in the state. This area right here is critical for McAuliffe victory if he is able to pull this out tonight. And for Youngkin right now, just before I give it back to you guys, just back to Loudoun County, I'm just watching this percentage here now. You still have a good 80,000, maybe more raw votes to come in. So we're watching that carefully. Back to you guys now in D.C.
We're going to head back.
Very interesting.
Frequently.
Very interesting. If that early vote is coming in the way it looks, it's interesting to watch for tonight. Thank you, Bill. So President Biden was hoping for a legislative win before the polls closed tonight. Could his party's infighting affect the outcome? It's all part of our special coverage of Democracy 2021.
I've been in the hospital for 76 days now, and by the grace of God, I'm still here. I died 3 times. They gave me a 5% chance of living. So I highly recommend everybody to get the vaccines and really protect themselves, because this is no joke.
Hi, I'm on Medicare, so before the deadline, I called to see if I was missing out on any extra benefits and if I could really get money added to my Social Security check. The agent said I'm eligible to eliminate copays and for Part C benefits, including meals, prescriptions, and dental coverage, all at no extra cost, plus $1,500 a year added to my Social Security check. I was like, wow, thank you. You can call too.
I called to eliminate copays.
I called to check my zip code.
I called to get my dental work covered.
I called to get money added to my Social Security check.
Right now is the only time of the year you can update your benefits. Call the 800 number on your screen to check your zip code, and don't miss the deadline. Call now. It's free.
Call 1-800-471-6200. That's 1-800-471-6200 now.
At Vanguard, you're more than just an investor. You're an owner with access to financial advice, tools, and a personalized plan that helps you build a future for those you love. Vanguard. Become an owner.
The Virginia governor election, live results. Brent and Martha are breaking down the numbers as they unfold with special insight and analysis from Bill and Shannon. Democracy 2021, Virginia Showdown, tonight.
Hi, I'm Wolfgang Buck. When I started my online store, Wolfgang Buck Home, I knew there would be a lot of orders to fill, and I wanted them to ship out fast. That's why I chose ShipStation. ShipStation helps manage orders, reduce shipping costs, and print out shipping labels. It's my secret ingredient.
ShipStation, the #1 choice of online sellers.
And Wolfgang Buck.
Go to shipstation.com/try and get 2 months free.
You want the secret to building wood projects like a pro? It all starts with the perfect cut. Now, turn your circular saw into a guided cutting tool that's perfect for working with plywood, MDF, or any large sheets. Cut exactly where you want with the guided precision of the Craig Rip Cut. Make straight, accurate, and repeatable cuts. Just lock the saw at your measurement and cut. Perfect cuts, just like the pros. Home projects are easier than you think with Craig, always guiding you to perfection. Visit CraigTool.com or these and other fine retailers today.
Selling a home is expensive and stressful, so we set out to create a better home selling experience with a network of the most successful real estate agents in America that'll sell your home for as little as a 2% commission.
The icing on the cake with the Ideal Agent was that we saved $12,000 in commissions.
We would definitely use Ideal Agent again. The whole process was so positive for us.
Excellent, excellent service.
Getting right to the point, hiring Ideal Agent, I wish we would have done that sooner, and we would have saved 6 months of time and mortgage payments that would have probably never happened if we would have just gone with them first.
They were so stress-free. The whole was amazing, and I would definitely recommend them.
We certainly recommend Ideal Agent now to all of our family, all of our friends. It's just a great experience.
We are not a discount brokerage. These are top local agents that'll get you the best results.
Welcome back. Polls are about to close in New Jersey, where Republican Jack Ciattarelli is fighting to unseat Democrat Governor Phil Murphy. Eric Shawn is live from Governor Murphy's headquarters in Asbury Park. Hi, Eric.
Hi, Martha. Good evening. You know, there may be a lot of anticipated excitement here at the Governor Murphy headquarters, but Jack Ciattarelli really hopes to keep up a GOP winning streak, and that is denying an incumbent New Jersey governor a second term. You know, it hasn't been since Jimmy Carter was president that an incumbent Democratic governor of the state has won the State House twice. Ciattarelli is a former New Jersey assemblyman. He's been running for the governorship for about 2 years now, and he has been focusing on the perennial issue here in the Garden State, and that is high taxes. New Jersey has the highest tax rate in the nation, including the highest property taxes, and he's been really aiming at the incumbent Governor Murphy on that issue as well as social issues. He says that Murphy is too progressive and liberal for the state. For his part, Murphy has said that Ciattarelli is too extreme, even though his record has been as a moderate Republican. However, Murphy did win the State House 4 years ago by 14%. President Biden won this state by 16%, and there's an edge of 1 million Democratic voters over Republicans. But let's take a look at some of the history. The last Democratic governor to reclaim the State House happened in 1977 when Brendan Byrne won over his Republican challenger. But then Jim Florio proposed a nearly $3 billion tax hike that enabled the Republican at that point to gain the State House. And then, of course, John Corzine had a sales tax hike that enabled Chris Christie to win the State House. The polls close here in about 10 minutes from now. The edge seen to go to Murphy, but we'll see what happens after the polls close. Martha, back to you.
Thank you, Eric.
Let's bring in Josh Kraushaar. He's columnist for the National Review, and he has also covered this race very closely in Virginia. Josh, you're looking at the numbers. We're looking at specific counties. We just went to the billboard and kind of digested some. What do you look at right now?
Yeah, I'm looking at the suburbs and the base counties in the rural parts of the state. And it looks pretty likely now that Youngkin has definitely turned out a whole lot of Republican voters. We're seeing very, very high turnout in the conservative parts of the state. But the key for Youngkin now is to make inroads in those suburban counties that Democrats have done so well in recent elections. So I'm looking closely at Loudoun County, where it looks like Youngkin is doing quite well at this point, but we still got a lot of the vote left to count. I'm looking at Chesterfield County, outside of Richmond, where it's a bellwether race. Youngkin needs to win there and put a little bit of margin between himself and McAuliffe. But these are these counties where there are a lot of moderate swing voters, and Youngkin's more moderate, pragmatic message in the campaign looks like he may have won some Biden, even Clinton voters in the last couple of elections.
Yeah, Chesterfield is interesting right now. It was a county that President Biden carried, although it's typically very conservative, and it's now at 55-45 with 47% of that vote in. What does that tell you, Josh?
Well, look, I mean, when you look at the messaging on both campaigns, Terry McAuliffe was betting that by tying Youngkin to Donald Trump, he could win the vast majority of those voters who just turned away from the Republican Party during the Trump years, that he could get that vote back, win over a lot of that suburban vote. What it looks like now is that Youngkin has made significant inroads. The question is how big are those inroads? How big are those margins? But if Youngkin can win Chesterfield, and if Loudoun County, right outside the nation's capital here in D.C., is close, it's a very encouraging omen for the Youngkin campaign.
Yeah, but it does look like it might be close, Josh. I mean, this might come down to the wire and go extra innings even, just looking at how the numbers are coming in.
It's all going to come down to the suburbs. The question is, did Democrats own the suburb, buy the suburbs during the Trump years, or did they merely rent the suburbs? Youngkin really spent a lot of time in a lot of those blue areas. Loudoun County is, I think, that's where the education argument was made most aggressively. With the critical race theory issue was front and center there. It's going to be a real test whether Republicans have found a political message to win back those exurbs and outer suburbs that Democrats made inroads in the last few years.
Yeah. Josh, thanks so much. We're going to get back to Bill and the billboard. Bill, you know, you've been digging through the data. Dave Wasserman with Cook Political Report. Respect him. He follows follows this very closely. He says Manassas, McAuliffe needed to win it by 12% by my benchmarks. It had higher than expected turnout. He only won by 10%. McAuliffe needs to compensate for it. Other types of suburbs to win. It looks like this is going to be close.
I agree with you, and I just listening to Krashaw's analysis there, I do agree that Youngkin has done a better job than perhaps many people had expected to turn out the vote. I'll just pop around the map in the time that we have here. Again, I think there's still 100,000 votes still out there, but the fact that Youngkin is hanging in Loudoun County at 47%, remember what the prediction was prior to. He had to be in the low 40s at a minimum, so he's holding his own. Just pop down here to Chesterfield, and let's see what we're getting right now. Big population, still a lot of votes out there, but Youngkin, if he were to win this county, as Josh just was describing to you, he's got a pretty good chance statewide. A Republican has not won a statewide race in Virginia since 2009. And they felt they've got a good attorney general, a good lieutenant governor on the ballot, and you could be seeing some of that strength throughout the night here. Just down at Virginia Beach, we haven't seen it for some time here. Youngkin, Republicans thought they had a really good chance down here. Youngkin spent a lot of his time in his life down there. Still a lot of votes out because you're population ranked 2 out of 133 between counties and cities. But Youngkin, again, he's at 58%. So far for the Youngkin campaign, that would be pretty decent now. Here in the Southwest, look, it's rural Virginia, not a ton of votes down there, but you want to see how these voters are doing in places like Washington County and over here in Scott County. Because I'll go back 11 months ago. Look what Donald Trump is doing in these places. He's at 83.6. Over here in Washington County is 75.8. Paswell, you know, it's my favorite, right? 83.3 for Trump. Now you come back to current days today, and, okay, there we go. Youngkin's at 85.8. He's holding his own in these rural areas. Yeah. That's one key, right? And the other key is the suburban areas now. And I'll go back to Chesterfield just to see if any more voters clicked in. He's holding his own right now in Chesterfield with 55% of the vote.
Bill, we have a long way to go. But right now, would you rather be Youngkin?
Wow. I feel like that's the Squid Game, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is.
I guess you could be right. I'll just leave you with this. The bellwether counties, there are 2 of them. They predicted the winners every time for the last 40 years. One is Northampton. Right now, Youngkin has an edge in that county. And the other county is Prince Edward. If I can talk about Squid Game, if I can get it here. Yeah, Prince Edward. It's early, but Youngkin has a lead, too.
All right.
Those are your 2 bellwethers in the Commonwealth, guys.
We'll come back a lot throughout the night. Bill, thanks. We'll continue to watch results roll in from Virginia. Stick with Fox News for continuing coverage throughout the evening. It might be a long one.
It's going to be interesting. We'll be back for special coverage tonight at 11. Tucker Carlson is coming up next.
I want to begin with a Fox News alert tonight. There has been a hitch in the highly anticipated count in the Virginia governor's race. Fairfax County, which is the biggest and most Democratic county in the state of Virginia, will not be supplying its vote results on time. We're supposed to have early vote shortly after 7 o'clock Eastern, but an hour ago, a Fairfax County official announced that there is a delay. They say they need to rescan the ballots. They're going to release a partial count, quote, of their early vote in person sometime this evening. Bill Hemmer will be tracking that for us. We're also going to talk to Britt Hume, trying to figure out how many votes they need, apparently. Just kidding. Good evening and welcome to Tucker Carlson tonight. Exactly 1 year from today is the congressional midterm elections. Tonight, 2 governor's races in solidly Democratic states on the eastern seaboard may give us a preview of what could be a tsunami to come. In New Jersey, where polls have just closed, finance goon Phil Murphy, who appears to have declared himself king of the long-suffering Goomba Republic, faces a surprisingly sharp challenge from a Republican called Jack Ciattarelli. It seems impossible that Murphy could actually lose in a state where entire cemeteries vote. There are more than 1 million Democrats registered in New Jersey than are Republicans. But despite those numbers, he may come close. And that would be a deeply ominous sign for the party of Joe Biden. We'll know the outcome of that race in just a few moments, and of course we'll bring it to you immediately. And then in the Commonwealth of Virginia, previously mentioned, that is the most consequential election of the year. Terry McAuliffe was once the governor of the state. He ran and won 8 years ago as a moderate, a pro-business Democrat, a deal maker who didn't have time for ideology, and he won big. And now he's back after 4 years. McAuliffe wants to run Virginia again, but this time he is a new man. Like so many in his social class, Terry McAuliffe has gone woke. He's an apostle for Bidenism, for equity, diversity, and the race-based politics of everything. A few weeks ago, McAuliffe announced that parents no longer have the authority over their own children. Public schools in Virginia are going to force-feed your kids racist propaganda, and there is nothing you can do about it. If you complain, you're a white supremacist. McAuliffe said that repeatedly on television, and he meant it. And then to underscore the point, Terry McAuliffe appeared at his final rally last night with his only actual constituent. That would be the head of the country's most radical teachers union, Randi Weingarten, the person who bankrolls the Democratic Party. Like Terry McAuliffe, Randi Weingarten isn't from Virginia. Like Terry McAuliffe, she's never had children in public schools. And so in that way, it was a perfect match. Here's part of what she said.
We know what happened when Terry McAuliffe was governor in this state. We know how things turned around in terms of the economy. We know how things turned around in terms of people being seen and respected. We know all of a sudden that people were heard, parents were heard, teachers were heard.
She's a lot of fun. Would you put her at the podium if she wasn't paying you? No, of course not. Nobody would. But did you listen to what she said? She said that until Terry McAuliffe was the governor 8 years ago, certain people in Virginia were not, quote, seen and respected. In other words, the state was a racist hellhole. And then, thank heaven, Terry McAuliffe, Bill Clinton's sketchy, nearly indicted hatchet man from upstate New York, arrived and liberated the place. Terry McAuliffe is Virginia's Abe Lincoln. That's what they're telling you. It's hilarious. Here's Virginia's most famous political expert, a guy who works at a local college, explaining that only bigots oppose Abe Lincoln.
The operative word is not critical, and it's not theory. It's race. What a shock, huh? Race. That is what matters, and that's why it sticks. There's a lot of, we can call it white backlash, white resistance, whatever you want to call it. It has to do with race.
White backlash, white resistance, white, meaning evil, cruel, and bigoted. That's the case all of them, including their little experts, are making for Terry McAuliffe. They're telling you the other guy's a racist. Now, they're saying that because during election season, that usually works for Democrats. But what's interesting is that in this case, it is not working. Glenn Youngkin is the Republican candidate in this race. He is not a racist. He is a Christian. He is a decent, uncommonly gentle man. Too gentle for politics, in fact, many assumed. And yet, over the past few weeks, Glenn Youngkin has made a powerful and moving case for the America that most people still want. A colorblind meritocracy where all of us are judged for who we are as people, as individuals under God, and not for how we look as a member of some group. That vision could get Glenn Youngkin elected governor. We expected to find out tonight, and now these hiccups with the count in Fairfax County. There's a lot to assess tonight, and of course it goes without saying that we're going to begin our coverage with the great Britt Hume, Fox's senior political analyst. Britt, thanks so much for coming on. First, what do you think is going on in Fairfax County? Why does this always happen? And second, what does this race mean to the country?
Well, Fairfax County doesn't have a particular history of monkey shines with the voting tabulation, so I assume it may be some technical problem, but I think until we know more, it's really impossible to say whether this is meaningful or just the kind of thing that happens on election nights as systems that are set up don't function the way they're supposed to. We'll just have to wait and see, I think, Tucker.
Yeah. So this is a race that Democrats are very intent on not losing. Very intent. Why do they seem so anxious about this race, do you think?
Well, I think a couple of things is that the Democratic Party nationally is in trouble. And voters are, disappointed in Biden, angry at Biden, distressed about what other things they see about inflation. Many are distressed about what they think is going on in their schools that they didn't seem previously to be quite aware of. People were terribly disappointed in the disastrous Afghanistan withdrawal, and the list goes on. This is the first real opportunity that people have had to cast a ballot in objection to the sitting party in Washington against a candidate in a state race. It isn't all there is to the race by any means, but it's a big factor. and it's weighed down Terry McAuliffe, as he himself has said. Not so much, Tucker, that he didn't have Biden come into the state to campaign for him, because he's trying desperately to turn out a full measure of his own Democratic base, which, if it all turns out, might well deliver him the vote. There are more Democrats than there are Republicans in the state of Virginia, a state which is, despite some people's claim that it's sort of purple, it's not. It's a blue state now, and a win by Youngkin in there, or even something very close to a win, would be quite a negative message for the Democrats to receive as they look ahead to next year.
Well, that's for sure. I mean, Biden just won the state a year ago this week by 10 points. So I guess that's the question. Would a loss here by McAuliffe, by the Democrat endorsed by the leaders of the party, would that slow down Biden's agenda? Do you think there'd be a reassessment? Like, maybe people don't love this.
Well, I don't think it would help. You know, when the voters are turning out against your party, and you got a great big controversial proposal pending, and you're worried about votes peeling away, and you don't have any to spare, this obviously a defeat tonight would not help at all. Even a close call might not help. One more thing, Tucker, we ought to take notice of, and that is this: the Youngkin campaign sought to make education and other things, but education principally, the big issue. The McAuliffe campaign tried to make Donald Trump the biggest issue. Right. And he tried as hard as he possibly could to tie Glenn Youngkin to Donald Trump, calling him an outlier, telling some big whopper last night during the final events of the campaign that Trump was actually in the state campaigning with Youngkin, which was absolutely false. But that gives you an idea of it. Youngkin has played an interesting game where Trump is concerned. He has not criticized Trump. He did not reject his endorsement, said, in fact, he was glad to receive Trump's endorsement, but he never campaigned with him. And he was certainly no Trump acolyte. Trump would like, I think, to pretend that he was. Particularly if he wins, Trump will be claiming all the credit. But it may be an interesting sign of how Republicans will choose to campaign going forward, trying not to alienate the Trump base, which is very important to them, but not to tie themselves to Trump, which Democrats believe Trump to be the biggest issue in their favor. It's a very interesting situation.
It is. It's going to tell us a lot. Britt Hume, thank you so much for coming on tonight.
You bet.
So most people sense this race is a big deal. It's not just a conventional governor's race. And the state of Virginia is all of a sudden looking a little bit complicated. So we've asked Fox's Bill Hemmer to join us right now for an assessment of what exactly we're watching. Hey, Bill.
Hey, Tucker. Good evening to you. You're talking with Britt about what's happening here in Fairfax County. Why is it so important? There are a lot of votes in Fairfax County, Tucker. Go back 11 months ago to the presidential election, and you see the Democratic domination that Joe Biden had over Donald Trump. He's at 70% with 419,000 raw votes. That equated to 251,000 votes in his column last November. So come to present day in the governor's race right now, and you ask yourself, why do you have less than 1% of the vote in? I don't have an answer for you. I can tell you what election officials are telling us. They had an early scan. They need to do it again. They will release a partial result of that second scan sometime early this evening, and then we'll have to wait and see as for the explanation after that. But listen, population rank is 1 out of 103 counties and cities. It's a big deal when you're talking about this amount of votes in an election that we know is going to be tight. Whether it's McAuliffe or Youngkin or who wins by a point or two, even less than that, it's going to be a tight race. Come down here, Tucker, if I got a moment here. This is Chesterfield. You know, what are the suburbs doing without Donald Trump on the ballot? What about those members of the Republican Party that said they're going to cast their vote somewhere else, or the independents were going to be in his favor? Well, Chesterfield County right now, with 83% of the vote in, Youngkin holds about 55% of the vote. His party, his team, has to be very happy with this result right now in Chesterfield. I'll show you one more, though, because we think, pretty much of a bellwether for a statewide election. Here you go, Tucker. 92% of the vote is in Loudoun County right now. Terry McAuliffe leads 55-44. So he's just started to take a little bit of an edge here out of Glenn Youngkin's vote here. We think Youngkin needed to be at 42 at the bottom, 43, 44 in order to win statewide. Right now he's at 44, so right on that margin here, and we'll see what happens with the remaining 8% of the vote in Loudoun County. There's a ton to go through, Tucker. I'll check in with you a bit later in the hour.
Amazing. Bill Hemmer, great to see you tonight. Thanks so much. So as we've said, this race has meaning, and Selena Zito of the Washington Examiner has been taking a really close look at what this race in Virginia does mean. We're happy to have her join us now. Selena, thanks so much. for coming on.
Thanks for having me.
So how do you interpret what we're watching in Virginia?
Well, I think this election has been about local issues, things that are very important to voters on a very community-based level. Education, security, inflation. Those are the things that they are voting on. I think the mistake that the Democrats have made is they have tried to nationalize this race and make it all about Donald Trump. But voters are more complicated than that. Whether you did or did not support Trump in 2020 or 2016, these voters have moved on. They're thinking about their kids. They're thinking about their communities. And that is what they're voting on. And I think that Democrats have largely missed that. And I think Youngkin really tapped into understanding the aspirational notion of localism, right? Anytime you listen to him talk, he talked about the voters. He always said, this is not about me. This is about you. And that aspirational quality was very important to voters that were very concerned about their education, about security, and about the inflation.
So when you nationalize a race in the way that the McAuliffe campaign, I think, very foolishly did, what you're really doing is bringing it to an ideological level. You're saying, here's my worldview, accept it. But don't most people vote for politicians because they want their lives to improve in ways that we can measure, like better roads, lower taxes, safer walk to the grocery store? Like, where did they come up with the idea this was a good idea?
Well, because they think the Democrats believe that they're doing a great job. They're still sort of encased in the bubble. If you ask any questions and sort of about the polling, Biden will dismiss, oh, we're fine, oh, they go up and down. They're very dismissive and not believing that they're in trouble. And they believe that voters sent them with a mandate to spend like drunken sailors. What voters sent them to Washington for was to calm things down. They've done the exact opposite. And people are reacting to overreach. This is all about overreach, and it's also an inside-outside election. That's very different than a right-left election. And when it's an inside-outside election, the party that is in power traditionally loses races.
Yeah, especially when they wreck the country, I would say.
Yeah.
Selena Zito, great to see you tonight. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Well, they certainly haven't calmed things down. And in fact, for the last year and a half, Democrats have talked nonstop really about one issue, race, the issue that most Americans have talked quite enough about already and don't care to talk too much more about because it doesn't really improve anything. But they're still talking about it. Fox's Trace Gallagher has traced the extent to which they're talking about it. He joins us tonight for an overview. Hey, Trace.
Hey, Tucker, the twisted logic here is that Democrats feel they need to create these racist scenarios to prove that Republicans are racist. A few days ago, GOP candidate Glenn Youngkin was at a campaign stop in Charlottesville, Virginia, home to the violent protest in 2017. Standing outside of Youngkin's campaign bus were 5 young people dressed as white nationalists, pretending to support Youngkin. Naturally, the Terry McAuliffe campaign, thinking these phony white nationalists were legit, immediately condemned them and Youngkin as, quote, disgusting and disqualifying. Well, turns out the whole white nationalist scene was created by the Lincoln Project, an anti-Trump, anti-Republican political action committee. When asked about the stunt, the Lincoln Project said it was to remind Virginia voters that the GOP embraces racist values. Now, 4 years ago, in the Virginia governor's race, another Democratic group released an ad featuring a pickup truck flying the Confederate flag with a bumper sticker supporting Republican Ed Gillespie with this tagline. Watch.
Is this what Donald Trump and Ed Gillespie mean by the American dream?
If Republicans created pretend racist scenarios to indict Democrats, the media pushback would likely be a bit more severe. Tucker.
Yeah. Thank you for, I had totally forgotten about that spot 4 years ago. Trace Gallagher, great to see you.
You as well.
So the question of parents and to what extent they have a role in their children's lives has been at the very center of this campaign. Parents showed up to school boards across the country, particularly in Virginia, and demanded a role in what their parents are learning. One of the parents who spoke out was Brandon Michon from Loudoun County. He joins us now on the eve of an election that is shaped by the story he was at the center of. Brandon, thanks so much for coming on tonight. Did you think that these school board meetings would become sort of the focus of national attention and a national debate?
No, really, I didn't. I mean, look, it's become a movement, and it's become a parents' movement. You know, a lot of parents were awoken in 2020. You know, their kids were kept out of school. They saw what was going on, you know, when the curtain was pulled back on curriculum, and they realized, you know, there's a lot of things that maybe I just don't agree with. And regardless of your politics, Republican, Democrat, Independent, people said, you know what, some of this maybe isn't right.
Well, that's for sure. And what certainly isn't right, indisputably, is the attitude with which school boards, teachers unions responded to parents. The idea was, hey, shut up. It's none of your business what we're teaching your kids. In all the time that you've worked on this, have you come across anybody in any of those positions, teacher, administrator, school union head, who's been open-minded and like talked to you, had a real dialogue, as they say, with you, or has it been entirely dismissive?
Look, I'm from Loudoun County. Our Loudoun County School Board is pretty much been a disgrace. We actually, you know, we had a passing of one school board member when they brought in a new individual. That individual had more town halls in 2 weeks than anyone else on that school board. And I think parents, their frustration came from, you know, not being able to hear their voice. And, you know, we asked for town halls. They don't want to, you know, listen. And you realize for Loudoun, it's because they're covering up sexual assaults. And this pushes into the election where, you know, parents said, look, I can care about my children's education. My children's education matters. And, you know, specifically the safety when I send them on the school bus or drop them off matters even more. And that's gravitated for a lot of people. And, you know, I think one side, Terry McAuliffe was saying, look, the associations and unions matter, but you have Glenn Youngkin saying parents matter and I'm going to empower you. And I think that's resonated at least through this campaign.
Well, yeah. I mean, who do these people think they work for exactly? Don't you pay them? Whose children do they believe these are? Aren't they your children? Like, where do they get these attitudes?
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, it's hard when you see people like Terry saying, look, this doesn't matter, but I send them to private schools. Well, isn't that exactly having a decision in your children's education? We don't, you know, this isn't about every little fundamental issue. We're not going to get a perfect curriculum, but what we can do is empower our kids to be better and to strive to be the best they can academically. And I think that you know, that crosses so many political lines that it makes it an individual impact to everyone. And this has created a movement in Virginia, and it's also created a discussion nationally and set a blueprint, you know, set a blueprint for America to have these discussions.
Any school that resists parental involvement is up to something evil, by definition. No one loves your kids more than you do, period. So that really is the tell.
That's right.
I'm glad that you called them out on that. Brandon, thanks so much for coming on.
Thank you so much for having me.
So education, as we've said again and again, became this unexpected very center of the Virginia governor's race, but it wasn't the only issue. Shannon Bream is the host of Fox News at Night and our friend. She joins us with what else has been going on in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Shannon Bream.
Hey, Tucker. Well, listen, Virginia voters do say the economy is their top issue facing the state or the Commonwealth, followed distantly by the pandemic and education. Now, Youngkin is ahead among economy voters by 25 points and education voters by 40 points. But the people who are most focused on the pandemic, they're going for McAuliffe by an even wider 57-point margin. Virginia has begun its recovery from pandemic shutdowns. Over half rate the state's economy positively, either excellent or good, and those folks like McAuliffe. Now, at the same time, just 16% say they're getting ahead financially. About as many say they're falling behind. Most of them, though, 66% say they're holding steady financially. Now, Youngkin campaigned on cutting taxes, including eliminating state and local taxes on groceries. That has helped to give him a big lead among the 21% who say that the candidates' positions on taxes were actually the single most important factor to their vote this time around. Now, President Biden's marks on the national economy are negative. 54% disapprove, so we'll see how much there is a link between the Democratic candidate, Terry McAuliffe, and the White House as this race continues to play out. Tucker?
Shannon Bream, thanks so much. Great to see you tonight for that summary. So the issue that has affected every American and is going to start to affect our politics in a very big way is the question of scarcity. Why can't you buy things that you could buy last year? And part of the answer is supply chain. The supply chain is broken. What does that mean exactly? Well, Mike Taylor is one of the few people who knows what it does mean and can explain it. He's one of the owners of Combined Energy Services, and we're happy to have him on tonight. Mike, thanks so much for coming on. When we hear that the supply chains are falling apart, what does that mean and how long till it's fixed?
Well, Tucker, I don't know if I can really answer when it's going to be fixed, but I can tell you in our world, we deliver propane gas, home heating oil, welding supplies, and compressed gases. We're having a heck of a time getting all sorts of materials. I keep hoping it was going to get better. but the shortages are continuing, and the prices of all the commodities that we buy are going up drastically. Right now, I have 6 brand new trucks on order. They're months and months behind. I have to constantly replace my fleet. We don't know when they're coming in. In the meantime, also trying to get parts for my delivery fleet is getting harder and harder, keeping trucks on the road. So how the supply chain is going to help itself, I really can't tell you.
So those...
I also want to say...
Let me just ask, why can't you get those parts? Those are made abroad, I assume?
Well, I think it's a variety of factors. We sell heating systems, so trying to get new furnaces and boilers, welding supplies, a lot of that is imported. A lot of it's produced domestically, and the shippers just do not have the trucking capacity or the labor force to get the materials to us. We're hearing it constantly. We purchase many tanks, propane tanks for homeowners and businesses, industrial gas tanks, CO2 tanks. Manufacturers are 8 to 10 months behind, they tell us, and they can't even quote us prices, as price of steel has already gone up at least 40%. We're placing orders 10 months out ahead, and it's very hard to even budget or predict where we're going to be.
I mean, kind of a big thing since winter is coming. It's now November. People heat with gas. I mean, are we going to see parts of the country where people aren't going to be able to get the energy they need to stay warm? Do you think that's possible?
Well, I definitely think we're heading for problems, Tucker. We're exporting a lot of gas out of the country at the moment, and inventories are, I think, 23% lower today for propane gas than they were a year ago. My problem, more than anything at the moment, is a labor shortage. My company, we have about 130 employees. I currently have 15 openings. I can't fill them. We have a brand new welding supply store in Rockland County, New York, just above New York City. I can't get it open. CDL drivers, we're trying everything we can to get those, and that's one of our major problems across the country, the bottlenecks, finding delivery drivers. We've resorted to, my 19-year-old daughter came home from college to help me make a video we're going to use on social media and for advertising to show how easy it is to deliver propane, essentially. But on top of all this across the country, we have the United States Department of Transportation on February 7th is implementing new strenuous training requirements for all new permit holders to get their CDL. So essentially, for 30 years we've had the same process. It was fairly easy. You get a permit and you go out and practice. Now they require behind-the-wheel documented training and authorized training center modules. So the problems we have now are going to be compounded greater February 7th 5 times, I guarantee.
Turns out we needed fewer marketing majors and more truck drivers. I wish someone told us that 20 years ago. Mike Taylor.
Agree.
Yeah. Fewer marketing majors. I think that's, if I were to run for something, that would be my slogan. No more marketing majors. Mike Taylor, great to see you.
Please. Thanks. Appreciate it.
So we've got these 2 races still in progress tonight. We don't have the final numbers, but we're going to have them really soon. New Jersey and Virginia. That's coming up next.
In Afghanistan, August 9, 2011, I was injured by an IED. It was in the mud wall that I was climbing over. I was the unlucky one to get hit. Luckily, I was the only one in my squad to get hit. Nobody else got hit. My squad leaders, team leaders ran over to me, threw tourniquets on me, got me stable to fly out. When I first got there, it was a lot of down, depressed. I just beat myself up because I thought I was done for. But about halfway through my rehab, I turned over a new leaf, became energetic, just an outspoken person, really put myself out there, and it just changed me a lot.
There are over 1,000 families that need our help. Tunnel to Towers honors these heroes by providing them with mortgage-free homes.
My challenge is at my current home. The space is one big thing, and I just can't move around in my wheelchair, and the carpet, it's terrible for wheelchairs. It's more strain on me just to move on wheelchairs, move on carpet than anything else, really. This house is going to impact my life a lot. I'm going to be more independent, able to get in cabinets, cook, shower without any hassle, be able to move freely. It's going to do huge things for me. I think the Tunnel to Towers Foundation is an awesome organization. Everything they say they do, they help out service members, everybody. They just always have a helping hand. I'm so grateful that they let me be a part of it. I owe the organization so much. They've done so much for me, and they're doing so much more for other people. They're awesome.
I'd like to ask you to contribute $11 a month to support their effort. Please visit tunneltotowers.org.
Meet Martha. Martha is 75 years old and has been on traditional Medicare for 10 years now. But she's a bit cranky because she heard the 2022 Medicare Advantage plans are now available during the Medicare annual enrollment period, and she wants details.
I'm already on Medicare. Where's my additional benefits?
Hi, Martha. Millions of Americans like you may not be getting all the Medicare benefits that are available to them. Now is the time for everyone on Medicare to call during the Medicare annual enrollment period for your free 2022 review.
I already have my Medicare card. I am not calling.
Martha, right now is the Medicare annual enrollment period. 2022 Medicare Advantage plans are now available, so everyone on Medicare can call to see if they can save money or get additional benefits.
They probably won't answer the phone.
Well, Martha, if you call 800-454-1178, a licensed insurance agent will speak with you and look up your plan and see if you qualify for a plan with additional Medicare benefits.
Why don't I get these automatically?
Martha, right now is the Medicare annual enrollment period. 2022 plans are now available, so now's the time to call.
I think I called last year, so I'm not calling.
Martha, 2022 plans are now available, but you won't get additional benefits automatically. So everyone on Medicare should call now during the Medicare annual enrollment period and get your Medicare benefits review today. Just call the toll-free number on your screen. It's free.
Free?
Yes, Martha. The call and no obligation Medicare benefits review are free. They can look up your plan and let you know if you're eligible for additional benefits and see if you can save money.
Why didn't you say that sooner? It's time for me to call and get my free, no obligation Medicare benefits review.
That's right, Martha. I should have just given you the toll-free number. It's on everyone's TV screen now. Call 800-454-1178. 800-454-1178.
Some things you just can't put a price on, like family, freedom, and your God-given rights. So while you can't control what happens tomorrow, you can choose what to protect today. Spartan Safe can give you peace of mind, knowing you have the security and fire protection you need for the things in life that are truly irreplaceable. With Black Friday pricing all month and safes as low as $5.99, now's the time to protect what you value the most with Spartan Safe. Protect what you can't replace.
My gifts are from the Real because I always feel very confident in what I get. I know it's been authenticated.
Louis Vuitton, Hermes, Prada, Rolex, up to 90% off retail. Unwrap the unexpected with the Real.
Get 20% off with code TRR20 at therealreal.com. Terms apply.
This app is about to change the way you think about weather. Welcome to a new world that will blow your mind. America's Weather Team is on the new Fox Weather app. Download now at foxweather.com.
Looks like we're getting flashes of real clarity tonight on the race in Virginia. We're going to go right to Fox's Bill Hemmer, who is at the board for us now.
Hey, I've got a lot to show you, Tucker, here. I'm going to give you a spin around the state, okay? I want you to think about the rural areas, think about the suburbs, and a couple of these key areas. Right now, at the moment, Glenn Youngkin has to feel pretty good right now. The rural part of the state, southwestern down here, on a percentage basis now, not a real vote total, but a percentage basis, he is outperforming Donald Trump in some of these rural counties. Scott County at 89%. A moment ago, I was here in Lee County. He's at almost 90%. By comparison, 11 months ago, Trump on a percentage basis was 84, and over here in Scott County, he was 83. Point is, Republicans did very well under Donald Trump last November, but at the moment, Glenn Youngkin on a percentage basis is outperforming him. That's got to be impressive for the Youngkin camp. Now, southeastern Virginia, haven't checked in here for a while. This is Virginia Beach, and this is really interesting to watch. Let's come back to the governor's race here. Currently, Youngkin's at 58%, Tucker, with about half of the vote in. We had Youngkin at a floor of 52% in order to do very well across the state. He's already up by 6 points on the floor with half the vote in. This is Norfolk right here in blue. Strong Democratic area, strong African-American vote. Joe Biden won this district last November with about 72% of the vote, with about a little less than half, 41%. Terry McAuliffe is underperforming underperforming Joe Biden on a percentage level. So we're going to keep an eye on this here, and Youngkin's numbers there you see below. What's happening in the suburbs? I'll go back to Chesterfield to check in here. We just had a big dump here in Chesterfield of votes coming in at 85%. Youngkin's holding on at 55%. Why is that critical? We believe that his floor would have been 51%. So you've got 15% of the vote outstanding, and Youngkin is hanging on in a significant way in Chesterfield, suburbs of Richmond, critical to winning the state throughout the Commonwealth of Virginia. Loudoun County, let's see what's happening. Okay, we just had another cash-in of votes here. You're at 98%, and Youngkin is hanging on at 44.5 to McAuliffe's 55. Why is that important? We thought that Youngkin would have to score 42, 43, 44% at a minimum now to win statewide. So in Loudoun County, if you drop him down to 43%, he could still win the state based on a lot of these estimates. But so far, with 2% outstanding, Youngkin stands a very good chance of outperforming that vote there in Loudoun County. And just because we talked about it, Tucker, here's Fairfax, most populated county in the state. You're only at 7.5%, so you got a lot of votes still outstanding in Fairfax. So it's 8:30 in Virginia, Tucker. Glenn Youngkin's got to be feeling pretty good. But again, this race is going to be tight throughout the entire night. Back to you.
That's for sure, especially those outstanding votes in the state's biggest county. Bill Hemmer, appreciate it.
Sure.
So we don't know what the final outcome is going to be, but it does seem sort of interesting that an analyst at the Cook Political Report is tweeting this right now. I've seen enough. Glenn Youngkin defeats Terry McAuliffe in the Virginia governor's race. Doesn't mean that's true. Doesn't mean it's happened. But it means people who are following this really closely think Glenn Youngkin's doing better than a lot of people expected. Amazing. So that will have consequences if it's true. Elections always have consequences. One of the consequences of the presidential election a year ago was the subsequent protest at the Capitol on January 6th. And the consequence of that has been a complete reordering of the way this country works, the way we understand politics, and the way that our civil liberties are protected or stripped from us. That is the subject of the second episode of our Tucker Carlson original series called Patriot Purge. We spent months interviewing people who were at the scene then and who have suffered the consequences since for this episode. The entire thing is available on tuckercarlson.com. We recommend it strongly. Here's a chunk of it. In Iraq, during the first war on terror, the U.S. government tore down all vestiges of the previous regime and then reordered the society from the top to the bottom. First, our authorities targeted the people who had guns, law enforcement, and the military. It looks familiar now.
It's very concerning that military service members and law enforcement officers with badges and guns are a target for recruitment by these extremist groups.
The term extremism is being kept nebulous for a reason.
Some of it is opposition to COVID public health rules like mask and vaccine measures. Some calls for violent action are based on claims of election fraud or a belief that Donald Trump can be reinstated.
It's so that there is gray area and they can use the term as they like against the people that they like to use it against. Me, for example.
Fort Bragg is investigating a psychological operations officer who led a group of people from North Carolina to the rally in D.C. that led up to those deadly riots.
So if you see someone putting something that's extremist out there, that's a fellow Marine, it's now your duty to report it.
It cannot be overstated how dangerous targeting your political opponents is and purging them out of the one place where you are legally allowed to have a gun and use it government-ordered use of weapons. The danger of that cannot be overstated.
That's part 2 of our documentary series, Patriot Purge, what actually happened on January 6th and what's happened since. Part 3 drops tomorrow. We strongly recommend all of them. We're proud of them. They're factual. They're honest. They're corrected for the lies that you have heard. You can watch them on Fox Nation. Of course, you can go to tuckercarlson.com and sign up free if you like. And again, we'd recommend that you do. Emily Rainey is the woman you just saw in that clip. She's a former U.S. Army psychological operations officer, a very smart person. She's watched all of this since January 6th. Emily, thanks so much for coming on. So you spent 10 years in the military. You come from a military family. Your whole world is the military up until very, very recently when you separated. Tell us, from an outsider's perspective, it looks like January 6th was used as a pretext for a political cleansing of the U.S. military. Do you think that's true?
Well, so I can tell you psychological operations is supposed to be conducted against foreign audiences. That's the key word.
Yes.
Truly, we could go to jail for using it domestically. So when I watched all of this going down, especially in the rhetoric surrounding January 6th, I was like, I'm reverse engineering this and saying, this is terrifying.
So you recognize this immediately?
Absolutely.
As a kind of organized propaganda?
Yes, Tucker.
What do you think the purpose of that has been?
All I can say is, as this continues in the military to include this 60-day extremist stand-down hoax, and that's what it was. We don't have a extremist problem in the military.
Right.
We wear the same uniform and we bleed red, white, and blue together on the battlefield. So
Yes.
there is no division amongst that cohesive unit. But now there is. So now you have conservatives being looked at with suspicion. You have people that voted for Trump who supported their commander-in-chief for 4 years. Now you're an extremist if you did that, and that's dangerous.
So, I mean, again, you grew up in a military family, and this is what you've done with your life. You're saying, as someone who's lived it, that we didn't have an extremist problem in the U.S. military. That was a lie.
Absolutely, but you can see that all of these kind of progressive social agendas are being used in the military almost as some kind of experiment to see what we can do in larger society, because that is what the United States military is. It's a mixing pot. It is a melting pot for all of the United States citizens. So now they're seeing slow purging of conservatives, at least silencing, and it's a really scary thought of where that might go.
So the second January 6th happens, people in the incoming Biden administration who haven't even taken their oath yet, but they start talking about how this is the reason that we need to purge the U.S. military of white supremacy. That, just to be totally clear on this, that day has been used ever since to transform the U.S. military.
I'll put it this way. During that 60-day stand-down, they used a series of vignettes. I was used as a vignette, even though I've been cleared of any wrongdoing. I was used as an example by the military in these extremist stand-downs saying what not to do, when in fact the reverse is true. I did everything right, by regulation, by policy, and within my rights, which is precisely why the military could never bring any UCMJ charges against me, and they never did, and I separated honorably.
So you went to a political rally for a candidate they don't like, therefore you're an extremist.
Scary.
Tells you everything. Emily Rainey, you played a great role in this documentary. We appreciate it. Hope we see you again.
Thanks, Tucker.
Thank you. Now, we're following the election results in Virginia and New Jersey. There could be some upsets tonight. It's starting to look that way. We don't know, but early indications are. Don't forget, part 2 of Patriot Purge available now. 90 days of Fox Nation free to everyone watching tonight on TuckerCarlson.com. We'll be right back.
Attention property owners. With General Steel Corporation, the nation's leader in pre-engineered steel buildings for over 4 decades, you can own a custom-designed building tailored for your needs. Call General Steel at 877-98-STEEL. General Steel supplies buildings to our nation's Fortune 500 companies, professional sports teams, and homeowners looking for a shop or barn. But steel prices are rising, so don't get left behind. Call for a personalized quote on these limited-time building specials. This 100 by 250 clear span space is perfect for manufacturing, or this 60 by 100 building to expand your business, or this 30 by 50 can be customized to be a shop or garage. Call 877-98-STEEL today and tell General Steel how much space you need. With the cost of wood structures up over 300%, steel is the only way to get this space you need at a price you can afford. Call General Steel today at 877-98-STEEL to receive your Getting Started guide and a personalized quote. Call General Steel at 877-987-8335. That's 877-98-STEEL.
Do you feel like the way you clean your ears at home doesn't work well enough? I felt the same way. But then I tried the WaxRx ear wash system. WaxRx was designed by a doctor, and it's the same system used in medical clinics. The reusable WaxRx system has everything you need to effectively remove earwax at home without the inconvenience of a doctor's visit. You should use the doctor-trusted WaxRx ear wash system. You can get it now at Walgreens and Walmart today.
I'm Dr. Brendan White. I've been an optometrist for 29 years now. I started taking Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables 20-something years ago. I've been taking it ever since. My practice is called Envision Eye Health. We're all about preventative eye care. One of the things established from eye research is fruits and vegetables are good for our eye health. So I've always liked Balance of Nature from that sense. And the concept is clear from the title. This is the way our nutrition was meant to be acquired, through fruits and vegetables. So my favorite question I get when I'm working in my clinic is, "Doctor, well, what do you do?" And I tell them, I take Balance of Nature. It's a great product, and I can't think of another product that has a more broad-reaching scale of things that it can improve in our health.
Start your journey to better health. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com, and don't forget to get 35% off your first preferred order by using discount code Fox News.
When you can't watch, listen. Get the latest news, business, and news headlines on SiriusXM. Anytime, anywhere. Fox News Audio on SiriusXM. America is listening.
Election day in Virginia and New Jersey. Could this be a major turning point for the entire country? We have live coverage, results tonight on Hannity.
It's time to help people customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
So all over the state of Virginia, Glenn Youngkin is apparently outperforming expectations to the extent that an analyst with the Cook Political Report, with a track record of being right, has effectively declared the race for Glenn Youngkin. We are not going to do that. We can't do that. It's not official yet. And Fairfax County, most significantly, the largest and most Democratic county in the state of Virginia, somehow doesn't have all of its votes counted. There's going to be some kind of delay, according to the McAuliffe's campaign. But again, we know that outperforming Donald
in order to get victory here. Can't call it just yet, but at 55-44, we're getting closer here. In southwestern Virginia, he is running up the numbers. We expected that. Not as many votes as you find in these suburbs and these northern counties here. Just checking Loudon while we have a minute right now. Here you go, Tucker. 99% of the vote is in. McAuliffe at 55%. Remember, Youngkin had to get a minimum of 41%. That was his floor. Others expected to be a little higher than that, but he's performing very well in Loudoun County. So that's the picture as we see it right now. If you're in the Glenn Youngkin camp, you're pretty happy with the results thus far. It's not over, but he did some things right in this election. We can say that 11 months removed from a Joe Biden 10-point victory. And by the way, Republicans feel like they can take the lieutenant governor and the AG spot as well tonight. But we'll see in time whether or not that becomes official. Tucker, back to you.
Incredible. It was back in August that Bill Kristol endorsed Terry McAuliffe, and we should have known then. Of course, that's the kiss of death. Bill Hemmer, thanks so much for your updates.
You got it, Tucker.
Appreciate it. So Charlie Hurt is the opinion editor at the Washington Times. More significant, he is a son, a generational son of the Commonwealth of Virginia, deeply knowledgeable of its politics, culture, and people. He joins us tonight on the eve of what looks like a pretty big moment. Charlie Hurt, what do you make of this?
Yeah, I think it is pretty astonishing, and I think what we're looking at right now, Tucker, is a return of sanity to politics.
Yeah.
I think the real lesson for tonight could be that we are seeing, finally, at long last, the death of racist politics in America. Finally, you had a guy, and of course the way we got here was things had to get so bad that you had to have a guy come along and call out the fact that you have schools poisoning our children with racist nonsense and say, you know what? This is not American, and you know what? Parents don't want this. And of course, the reaction to that is that people like Terry McAuliffe says, shut up, parents shouldn't have any role in this. And the voters say, no, actually, you know what? We do have a role in this, and return sanity to politics in America.
Well, so I keep thinking that, Lester. I've been thinking about you. I mean, not to embarrass you, but I happen to know you live in a multiracial community in Virginia, a multiracial state, and people seem to get along pretty well, actually. They don't need to have this stuff ground in their face day in and day out. Why are they constantly picking a wound that is healing?
Because it's very effective in politics. It turns out that if you can't have a free and fair debate or an open debate about something, things go really bad. So if every time you open your mouth, your opponent says, you're a racist, you're a racist, it turns out that's really not a hospitable way to have a conversation. But you're exactly right, Tucker. You know, you go into a hospital in regular, normal Virginia, and you have people of all races, all creeds, everything working together to help somebody, to help a patient, for example. There is none of this stuff. But as soon as you turn on the TV, you turn on CNN, you listen to the news, you listen to people like Terry McAuliffe, and you would think this is the most racist place on earth. It's not. These people are sick and tired of it. And I haven't seen exit polling, but I guarantee you we're going to find there were a lot of Democrats who came out and said, you know what? I'm sick and tired of this stuff. It's all a distraction from the failures of Democrats, especially in big cities. This is a distraction, and we're going to put this stuff to bed once and for all.
Yeah, it's such a disgrace and so cynical, so deeply cynical. Charlie Hurt, I hope this is a huge victory for you and for the state. Great to see you tonight. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, Tucker.
Amazing, amazing. Very clear at this point that Glenn Youngkin has the advantage in this race. Not been called, but it looks like potentially Republicans could sweep all three statewide offices. Just absolutely incredible. So after this night is over, we recommend you go watch Patriot Purge, our second episode, out today. Episode 3 out tomorrow. It's all on TuckerCarlson.com. Election night continues with the great Sean Hannity. We'll see you soon.
And welcome to Hannity, and this is a Fox News alert on this election night. The polls are now officially closed in New York, New Jersey, and the Commonwealth of Virginia, where all eyes are on the race between Republican Glenn Youngkin and Democrat Terry McAuliffe. Now, coming up, we have a full packed hour, county by county analysis. Bill Hemmer at the big board, as well as the vote totals as they continue to stream in. Keep looking at the board on your screen. This will be the most important thing to watch all night. And keep in mind, just last year, Joe Biden, he won the Commonwealth of Virginia by 10 points. Now Joe is underwater in Virginia by nearly 10 points. That is a 20-point swing. And tonight, what could be a clear referendum on the deeply unpopular Joe Biden and his administration, the race is now shaping up to be extremely close. As we speak, Democrats all across the country are panicking. According to exit polls, the economy was the top issue for Virginia voters, and the economy is now in a state of chaos. We have historic levels of inflation. We have slow economic growth. We have labor shortages, supply chain issues, and at the very core of all of this is rising gas prices, as the president again begging OPEC and Russia to produce more oil. He could ask Texas and Oklahoma. Anyway, all in the name of climate change. And according to the exit polls, climate change, well, that ranked near the bottom for voters in Virginia in terms of their concerns. And meanwhile, education was the second most important issue for Virginia voters. Now, this is Terry McAuliffe's campaign, consisted of two things: Donald Trump and all of those racist parents who want to have a say in their kids' education. How dare they? But tonight, Democrats might be in for a rude awakening, calling everyone a racist, blaming Donald Trump for everything. Well, it might not be the winnable strategy they thought it would be. Spending trillions of dollars on socialist policies, driving up taxes, inflation, gas prices may not be so popular. Cutting domestic oil, gas production in the name of climate change, while simultaneously firing American energy workers, giving Vladimir Putin a waiver. Well, Virginia has not had a competitive governor's race in 12 years. This race will go down to the wire. That we can tell you. All right, we start tonight with full analysis out of Virginia. Now, we start with Bill Hemmer. He's got the most important job of the night. He is at the big board. And why you have the most important job for this reason.
What's that?
Is Glenn Youngkin's campaign, are they meeting expectations in the areas where they need to do well? And are they exceeding expectations in areas that you would expect the Democrat to do better?
Well, I think you're right on both counts right now, Sean. You're at 64% of the vote in right now on the tally, okay? There's a little bit of vote out there still. Fairfax County, big county, heavily populated. Good evening to you, by the way. And Sean, welcome to our coverage. I'm going to show you two historically Democratic, well, not historically, but they have voted Democrat. They have been blue for some time. Remember Northern Virginia here, Washington, D.C. You got southwestern Virginia coming down here. This is the Richmond area, then Hampton Roads down here. Right here, Sean, a moment ago, Richmond City County clocked in. Not a ton of vote here, 5.5%. But Terry McAuliffe is about 70% of the vote. You would expect that in Richmond. But here's what I want you to take notice of. The suburb to the north and the county to the north and the county to the south, these are suburban voters. Chesterfield to the south and Henrico to the north. Let me explain Henrico first, all right? This has been blue for some time. Sean, this is an amazing thing now. All right, McAuliffe, with about 97% of the vote in, on a percentage basis now, is at 54%. Okay, I want you to see what Joe Biden did 11 months ago. On a percentage basis, almost 64%. Ralph Northam, 4 years ago, on a percentage basis now, he was at 60%. Terry McAuliffe in 2021, just come back to present day here, he's underperforming in this county by 5 points. That's an extraordinary measure in an election that seems to be razor tight. Now I'll go to the southern part of Richmond here. This is Chesterfield. This was one of our target counties that we thought, really, this is a key to watch. Right now, Youngkin outperforming his margin that he needs on a percentage basis in order to win statewide. We had him at the low end around 51%, 52. He's up on that by at least 3, maybe 4 points. And you've got 88% of the vote reporting there in Chesterfield County as well. Now, let me take you down to the southeastern part of the state, show you another Democratic county. Kamala Harris was there last Friday. Terry McAuliffe campaigned there many times. Little dot on the map here, that's Norfolk County, heavily Democratic, strong African-American vote. You have 3/4 of the vote in right now. McAuliffe's only at 61.5%. So historically, how does that rate on a percentage basis? 4 years ago, look where Northam was. He was 73. Again, yet McAuliffe is underperforming in areas where you would expect him to do much better there. I'll just pop down here to see how this is. Virginia Beach has been watching this, 57% in. That's a good number for Youngkin. Let me just pop around here. Chesapeake County, okay, you're at 60% for Youngkin, and just about half the vote has been tabulated there in the southeastern part of the state. Hampton Roads, Tidewater region of Virginia. Now I want to show you what's happening in the rural Southwest. This big swath of right here, this has been dominated by, now look, you would expect Youngkin to win this part of the state. That's not the argument here. The question is, in rural Virginia, how well do you do? Look at that. That's 88%. Let's pop over here to Lee County. You're almost at 90%. Tazewell, been keeping an eye on this all night. You're 86.7. These are dominating numbers. Why does that matter, okay? It matters because in a close race, if you add up all these rural counties and you're picking up 100 votes here and 1,000 votes there, in a close race statewide, that can make a big difference in who wins and who loses. And right now, Youngkin, he's outperforming here in southwestern Virginia. Some of the suburbs around Richmond, he's outperforming there as well. His team has to feel very good about the positioning so far tonight. One other part of the state, Sean, this is Loudoun County. We're at 99% of the vote now. And Youngkin, just about 45%. So again, he's up by a few points from where we thought he would need to be in order to win across the state. A lot of questions here about what's happening in Fairfax. I'll just let you know, they seem to have sped up their counting right now. It's a good sign here because the population rank is 1 out of 133 counties and cities with about 57.5% of the vote. McAuliffe expected to do well here. We had in Fairfax, we had Youngkin on a floor of 34%. So he's right at that number right now. But again, you've got about 42, 43% of the vote still to be counted. So he could still get there, but we'll see as we move throughout the evening. Two big bellwethers. Done a deep dive on this. Our research team, Remy, was doing this all weekend. Sean, you know what he found? There are 2 counties in the state of Virginia who's picked the winner correctly for 40 years. You ready, Sean? You want a quiz game here?
I'm ready, go.
Okay, so this is Northampton, all right? At the moment, you've got a lead for Youngkin. You got about 13% of the vote out, but right now, Northampton, if Youngkin were to win, they would hold up their reputation as being a bellwether in Virginia. Let's see whether or not that hangs on. And this right here is Prince Edward County in Virginia. Well, you're getting pretty close. You're up over 92%, and Youngkin is hanging on to a lead. So if it stays that way over the course of the next hour or two, or however longer it takes to see what comes in from Fairfax County and the rest of the state, if it stays that way, Northampton and Prince Edward will remain the 2 bellwethers in Virginia for yet another historical governor's race. Sean.
Bill, do not leave that big board because we will be going back to you a lot throughout the evening because that's where we're learning the most about what's really going on behind the scenes, and comparing it to 2017, 2020 is extremely helpful. Bill Hemmer at the big board.
See you in a few.
We'll check in with Bill in a few minutes. We check in first, though, with Sarah Carter. She has been in Virginia talking to a lot of voters all day and over the last 2 weeks. And she tonight is reporting from Youngkin's headquarters. Sarah, what's the mood there?
Well, I got to tell you, there is energy in the air. I'm here at Youngkin's headquarters in Chantilly, Virginia. You can just feel it. There is overflow coming out of the main room behind me. Everybody's excited. I got to tell you, the people working on Youngkin's campaign really feel like they have this. A lot of people are nervous. They don't want to jinx it. Today, I spoke to a number of voters throughout Virginia. I actually even spoke to a McAuliffe voter. But the majority of people that I spoke to, Sean, were really focused on their child's education, on the economy, and they believed that it was Youngkin that would deliver, whether they were independents. I am not sure if I interviewed any Democrats. People were very cautious. But I think as a whole, most parents agree, especially in Loudoun County, that they need to be a part of their child's education. That was an astonishing statement that was made during the debate by Terry McAuliffe and really did him in. I got to tell you, the people behind me are really raring to go. They are ready, and they believe they have a win in their sights.
All right, Sarah Carter, we'll go back to Youngkin headquarters tonight here with some analysis. Fox News contributor Ari Fleischer, Arkansas gubernatorial candidate Sarah Sanders. Ari, we start with you. A lot to absorb there. Certainly looks good for Youngkin. The night's not over, but he seems to be outperforming past Republicans in the counties that he needs to outperform, and he's exceeding expectations in the ones we would expect him to.
He sure is, Sean, and I've got to say that why Fox has not yet called this race. David Wasserman, one of the most respected nonpartisan analysts that I know of, has called the race, and he's called it for Youngkin. In addition, he says that Republicans are going to win the Attorney General race and the Lieutenant Governor's race in Virginia. 3 statewide pickups. If he's right, and it still is a if, Sean, here's why it's so significant. There are 2 overlying trends that were started in the Trump years, actually preceded and then accelerated in the Trump years. One is that Republicans really became the dominant force among blue-collar, lower-income, rural voters. We see that accelerating even more tonight under Glenn Youngkin. But the second was a bad news story for Republicans. They started to lose the suburbs in big numbers, where especially you had college-educated voters. That seems to be reversing tonight. Republicans are competitive in the suburbs. They're not getting their clock cleaned. The future for the Republican Party is to be the blue-collar party that wins big in rural areas, wins big in the towns, but is competitive in the suburbs. That is what looks like is happening in Virginia tonight.
I think a great analysis. If we go back to 2016, Sarah, that's the whole theme of Donald Trump's campaign, the forgotten men, the forgotten women. If you look at the first 3 years of the Trump presidency, we had record low after record low after record low unemployment for Americans of every demographic group, numbers we'd never seen before. It seems that on issues involving the economy and education, these are issues that Republicans now are dominating if this continues to hold throughout the night.
Absolutely. To me, this is a very clear, at this point, a very bad night for Joe Biden and Democrats, and frankly, a great night for America. This is a complete and total rejection of the left's socialist agenda. We're seeing this surge, this momentum for Glenn Youngkin and Republicans and conservative values, whether it's on the economy, on education, on the border, a number of things that we are seeing come out tonight that are a total rejection of the left and the Democrats' policies that they have been trying to slam down Americans' throats over the course of the last 10 months. I think this is the beginning of a wave that we are going to see take place in 2022, where we have a firewall built of strong conservative governors across this country that are standing up and pushing back against the policies of Washington, pushing back against the policies of Joe Biden. We're seeing that start right now tonight with Glenn Youngkin. I hope we see that here in my home state of Arkansas, and I think that we're going to see that across the country, and I certainly hope so, because we're going to need governors to step up and push back to make sure we preserve and save what matters most in this country.
Let me go back to you, Ari. Before Joe Biden went to Glasgow and fell asleep in front of the world and then apologized for America in front of the world, and then for the third time was begging OPEC and Russia to produce more energy because he gave up energy independence, Joe wanted this deal, this new Green Deal socialism, passed before he left. Now, what does that tell us about if this night holds the way we think it's going right now? What does that say about the Democratic Party and the Biden presidency?
Well, it tells you how the progressive agenda is not America's agenda, and how out of touch the Democrats are if they think that is what's going to win them elections. To put a finer point on what's happening in Virginia, particularly in the suburbs, what you really have, and this is the risk the Democrats have going to 2022, is an anti-woke rebellion. Parents, people who, college-educated especially, who gave up on the Republican Party are coming back to the Republican Party because It is not a good idea to keep telling Americans that America is systemically racist. It is not a good idea to tell the American people that success in life is determined by what group you belong to, not who you are as an individual, and especially when the group is determined by race. This is what the modern-day Democratic Party is increasingly preaching, and it's really put off a lot of suburban parents, especially moms. And you see this anti-woke rebellion. The Democrats want to say it's all about critical race theory and that that's a misnomer. It's about everything so much broader than that. They are bad-mouthing America in the name of putting down a lot of Americans. And there's a rebellion in the suburbs against it, and Glenn Youngkin has tapped into it, and it's bringing Republicans back in the suburbs where Republicans have been losing.
Ari Fleischer, Sarah Sanders, thank you both. We'll get back to you throughout the hour. Here now to explain more on Fox News voter analysis, our own Shannon Bream. Shannon, it's been an interesting night so far, and it's getting more interesting by the minute.
You are so right, Sean. So let me tell you a little bit about Virginia. Disagreements here over critical race theory, mask mandates, how much say that parents should have or shouldn't have about what their kids are learning. That pushed education to the very forefront of the governor's race. Now, Youngkin promised he would ban the teaching of critical race theory on day one as governor. Our Fox News analysis survey finds that 1/4 cited the debate over teaching CRT as the single most important factor to their vote for governor. Now it follows that those folks backed Youngkin by a margin of 41 points. About 2/3 do, though, favor mask mandates in school and vaccines for teachers. About 3/4 of each of those groups go to McAuliffe. Sentiment is stronger among those smaller groups who oppose mandates, and Youngkin is getting 9 out of 10 of those votes. Not a surprise. That is solid support, though, on both sides. Very strong feelings on this very heated issue. Now, how do voters think that Virginia schools are dealing with racism? The largest number, 41%, say there is too much focus on the issue. 1/3 think there's too little, and 1/4 feel that the school's approach right now to racism is about right. Finally, the big picture. 2/3 say the country is heading in the wrong direction. Quite the gloomy outlook, but remains to be seen exactly how all of this will add up tonight as we are waiting and watching to call that winner, Sean, at any time.
You know, when you look at all the big picture items we've been talking about, Afghanistan, the border, inflation, higher energy prices, more dependency, begging OPEC, begging Russia for more production while simultaneously firing many high-paying union energy jobs, workers from these jobs. I don't think it's gone over well. Paying $1.50 more a gallon is not going over well. Paying more for every item in every grocery store, every drugstore, that's not gone over well. Those are bread and butter issues. Shannon, thank you. We'll get back to you. Joining us now live from Youngkin headquarters from Virginia, Fox News correspondent Alexandria Hoff. Crowd seems to be getting bigger by the minute.
It does, and you know, Youngkin's been doing a pretty good job of drawing crowds. This enthusiasm that has snowballed in recent weeks in this campaign is bubbling over here at his headquarters in Chantilly. It's interesting, Sean, I was talking to a couple supporters, one of which heads up Latinos for Youngkin. He's a registered independent. He said he voted for McAuliffe last time, but his mind was changed on the issue of education. We will see how far that goes as a staple of this election and this entire race. Another interesting note is we followed Youngkin down over the weekend. He toured far, far southwest Virginia, which some could have assumed was maybe a waste of time that close to the election. And now that we're seeing some of these numbers coming out of the Southwest, where voters are overperforming and potentially giving him an edge in areas where he didn't expect to do as well, I mean, that is a tactic that may well pay off. And it's something that campaigns across the country are going to analyze. They're going to look at this campaign, look at his emphasis on parents and his get out the vote efforts, and perhaps apply it to races around the country coming up soon. Sean?
All right, Alexandria, thank you. We'll get back to you within the hour. Now, with the very latest from McAuliffe headquarters in McLean is Rich Hudson. Rich, what's going on there?
Hey, good evening, Sean. And over the past hour and a half or so, McAuliffe supporters have been filtering into this ballroom. They really are scattered all throughout this hotel right now. They're glued to the television, hoping that the momentum in this race and what they've been seeing early on will change. But they've also been fighting against the momentum, really, of the last several weeks of a rising challenger here. They were up significantly in the polls over the summer and have seen a major reversal since then. The McAuliffe campaign has tried to combat that through a couple of ways. One, getting out the Democratic stars to this state. They had President Biden here. They had Vice President Kamala Harris here over the past couple of weeks, urging Democrats to get to the polls. They also had congressional Democrats coming here as well. Senator Tim Kaine, Congressman Jim Clyburn of South Carolina, all an attempt to churn out the Democratic vote as they hit largely Democratic cities throughout the state. Another part of that strategy was to tie Glenn Youngkin as much as they could to former President Donald Trump. Even though Terry McAuliffe told us specifically that he was not trying to make this race about Donald Trump, he ended up raising the man's name about every single event that he gave. So as that continued to move forward, you saw a lot of these different themes begin to play off, hoping that they could stave off this late surge. The other element to all of this is that early voting started in the middle of September. So you've had a number of ballots, some 1.1 million of them, come through from September all the way through Saturday, waiting for the rest to get that tally now. Sean, back to you.
All right, Rich, thank you. And tonight's race is yet another sign of not just Terry McAuliffe's failures, but also Joe Biden's. Democrats, they are already preparing to deflect blame, especially as Biden's far-left socialist spending spree hangs in the balance on Capitol Hill. What impact that will ultimately have when he gets back to the drawing board, only, I guess, anyone can guess. Here with reaction, we have former counselor to President Trump, Kellyanne Conway, along with former Republican Senator Scott Brown. You know, I'm looking at it this way, and I've just been looking at data. Now I'm going to give a little commentary, and then I want your take on it. If you look at Biden's failure, Kellyanne, we'll start with you, in Afghanistan, most Americans are against the idea of abandoning Americans behind enemy lines. If you look at the disaster at the border, if you look at the disaster, more people dead from COVID in 2021 than 2020. If you look at inflation, if you look at $1.50 more a gallon and negatively impacting the budgets of poor and middle-class Americans, something Democrats swear they're never going to do. And then you couple it with, say, Terry McAuliffe saying, I don't think parents should be telling schools what they should teach. It seems to be a cascading effect that this party has made a hard left turn towards socialism, and Virginia is saying no. Am I reading it the right way? Can you conflate them, or are they separate?
No, it's all been this toxic stew that's been brewing for the last 9 months of the Biden-Harris administration, Sean, and all the polls now show that. It began with Afghanistan. That was a real tipping point for Joe Biden's decline in the polls and his presidency. But it's now inflation and the cost of goods. It's now border security and immigration. It's now education. When you see this NBC News poll where Donald Trump, Joe Biden probably won, 95% of the vote at NBC News, you see their own poll now showing that Republicans are trusted on who's effective to get the job done, who's better on the economy, who's better on border security, who's better on national security. But this is what's going on. If it's going on in Virginia, where Joe Biden won by 10 points, if you are a sitting member of Congress in the Senate or the House right now and you're a Democrat, you're going to think of retiring. Because if you're in Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Ohio, if you're in Nevada, if you're in all of these states that Joe Biden carried with single digits, or in the case of Ohio, lost by 9, why in the world are you going to stick around if this is the party you no longer recognize? Also, Terry McAuliffe has completely demolished this idea that the Democrats should be running on but Trump. Hit a big buzzsaw. Terry McAuliffe sounded like a robot with one button. But Trump. Joe Biden mentioned Trump. Kamala Harris. Barack Obama came in. None of that's working anymore because the Democratic Party itself has lost touch with the people. They're selling something nobody wants to buy. They're out of touch with the people, and they have this out-of-control spending. The problem with the Democrats, to point out in that article, is not that they didn't pass the legislation, it's that Americans and Virginians found out what is in the legislation, and they don't want it. Sean, one last thing. If the whole ticket is carried tonight, we'll have the first woman of color ever elected statewide in Virginia, and she is a Republican, Winsome Sears. That's big news. Let's see if she gets on the cover of all the fashion magazines. It's not even why she's there. Look what happened a year ago with Kamala Harris. We don't even know where she is and what she's in charge of and what she's doing. She's been a very ineffective vice president. You see a woman of color as a Republican tonight winning statewide in the Commonwealth of Virginia. That's big news moving forward to 2022.
Kellyanne, great analysis. Scott Brown, you had a similar situation, and that was 2009, and you were going to be the final vote against Obamacare, which they eventually used the reconciliation process. A lot of similarities, but you were a Republican getting elected from a pretty liberal state known as Massachusetts. Almost task impossible, but you did pull it off. Unfortunately, they used a few maneuvers to prevent you from having that vote. But more importantly, I think you could probably identify what we're watching unfold tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like deja vu. Brought back a lot of memories. I was down 41 points and ended up, I think, winning by 9. So a lot of similarities when they tried to ram through Obamacare against the will of the voters. And here they're doing CRT and reaching into the pocketbooks and wallets of American citizens all across the country, changing the very fabric of our country, and expect everyone to say, oh, this is great, Joe's doing a great job. Well, listen, he's not. And people are waking up. Not only are our school committee, men and women getting involved now, finally, thank goodness, at the school committee level. They're going to the town councils, the selectmen, and getting involved in local politics because they recognize, as in Minnesota's case, the defunding the police, that this is just unacceptable. This is not the America that we all know and love. And by the way, this is not JFK's party that's in charge right now. JFK would never, ever be part of that party. And thank goodness we're having these signs come out early, and it gives me, respectfully, we were on last week, I was a little scared. I'm hopeful now that the people are kind of, getting back to some type of rational thinking, understanding, and that we're not all racist, we don't all hate each other, we're deep and thoughtful people, we have a very strong social fabric, and we want America to be the best and greatest country in the world. And we do that together, not by dividing us.
I also believe it's important that the Republican Party identify and be the party of working men and women, and liberty and freedom and low taxes and limited government, and yeah, even American first policies, and law and order and choice in schools and education and secure borders and energy independence. All of these issues resonate and impact the lives of all of us, every American, of every background. Kellyanne Conway, Scott Brown.
The Trump 2016 Trump agenda, yes, and Youngkin tonight. It's a provable strategy, absolutely. And don't insult the voters. You want them to vote for you, Sean? You don't insult the voters. You don't isolate parents. A great lesson tonight.
Yeah, that's a big lesson. Well, let's see if they learn. We go back to the big board. Bill Hemmer standing by. Okay, my count, we have 74% of the vote in, Bill. 54-45. If you would have told me at this hour at 9:27 Eastern Time that Virginia would have a Republican up by 9, I probably wouldn't have taken the bet, and I would have lost.
I don't think I would have taken that bet either, Sean. The reason why we can't call it is up here in Northern Virginia. This is Fairfax County. You only have less than 58% of the vote in. It's a heavily populated part of the state. Sean, its population rank is 1 out of 133 counties and cities. That's the reason why we can't call this. But Sean, Republicans feel very good, right? They think they can win the lieutenant governor, the attorney general, the governor's race, and they think they can take back the state house in Virginia. So all that's on the line now. Sean, 3 years ago, that state house was 50-50. And based on the Commonwealth rules, they put 2 names in a bowl and chose one, and the Republican was selected, and that's how they won the majority. He was sworn in January of 2008. I'm not making this up. On the board here, Sean, you can interrupt me anytime you want. Otherwise, I'll just keep on talking, okay?
You have a request as you get going. I do want to see Loudoun County in particular, because we've talked so much about it.
Yeah.
And obviously, this played a big part in it, and I love when you compare it to 2017 and 2020, because that puts a lot of perspective on it.
I'll do Loudoun County first. I'm going to take you downstate and show you something that just blew me away a moment ago here. Here's Loudoun County. You're at 99%. All right, 54-44, roughly speaking, right now. Youngkin is above the margin that he needed to get in that county based on pre-election predictions here. Okay, I mean, we just had a vote statewide in Virginia 11 months ago, right? At the presidential level. Granted, the turnout was much higher. It was more than 4 million voters. Tonight, you had about 3 million voters turn out in Virginia. But here's where it was on the presidential level on a percentage basis. Biden was at 62% in Loudoun County. Let's see where it was 4 years ago in the governor's race. In 2017, all right, you're about 60% there for Ralph Northam. Come back to 2021, that's what we see on the board. Sean, I want to take it down here. This big swath of red right here. There's a town called Blacksburg, Virginia, home of Virginia Tech, located right here in Montgomery County. This, I thought the data was wrong. But here you are at about 89% reporting. On a percentage basis, McAuliffe shy of 39%. Youngkin's at 60%. Well, where were we 11 months ago in the presidential race? Joe Biden won the county. Come back here again to 2021 in the governor's race, and you see Youngkin getting 60% of the vote. Well, how did that happen? I mean, something was moving in southwestern Virginia here. Take you back to 2017 again. Same county, Montgomery. The Democrat, Ralph Northam, easily beat Ed Gillespie in the same county. And now in 2021, the vote's not all the way in, but it's pretty darn close here, and Youngkin's getting 60% of the vote. I just find that extraordinary, Sean, and that's the reason why some of these prognosticators out there expect Youngkin to go on to a victory tonight. We haven't called it yet. I explained why, because of Fairfax County up here in the north. You mentioned Loudon. We're watching that. Sean, I think this area is very interesting. This is Richmond. It's Chesterfield to the south, Henrico to the north. You know what else is in here? You remember a guy in Congress by the name of Eric Cantor 10 years ago? Eric Cantor represented Virginia 7. He was primaried and lost. Well, later, Abigail Spanberger ran for that district on the Democratic side back in 2018. She's won 2 races. Both races she's won by 2 points each time. Sean, this is a swing district here, all right? This is Chesterfield, Richmond, and Henrico. That's where that, it's like a pizza slice if you look at it on the map there. And I'll just show you what's happening in Chesterfield tonight. Youngkin is winning this county. You're at 90% of the vote. He's up about 10 points. He's going to go on to victory in Chesterfield. That's not entirely unexpected, but the margin appears to be, though, however. Just pop in here to Richmond and see what's happening. This vote came in a little late. You're at 40%. Expected. It's a blue part of the state, but it's 65%. I would even argue, and I'll show you in a moment, Sean, that that is underperforming from a call. Let's see what happened 11 months ago. Look at Joe Biden. He was at 83% in Richmond City. That's a mind bender. 2070.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah, Northam was at 82%. Go ahead, Sean. Yeah, listen.
Okay, so we have this 9-point lead. We have 74% of the vote in right now. Yeah. Let's look at the areas where there's the most outstanding vote and what that has shown us historically, because now we're getting to the point Terry McAuliffe has to make up ground. Where is the most likely area that would take place, and what percentage of the vote is still out?
I mean, normally I'd say Norfolk City would be it. He's got 25% of the vote outstanding, but he's only at 62% of the vote. Sean, your query is the right one. The question is 62% going to do it against Youngkin? Well, I mean, historical comparison now of the presidential election, Biden was at 72%. 4 years ago, Northam was at 73.5%, and now in 2021, I mean, this has to be a flat-out disappointment for Democrats and Terry McAuliffe. And Norfolk City, Kamala Harris went down there a week ago. They had a big rally. You would expect strong African-American vote, deep Democratic roots in Norfolk, but he's just not turning the trick in that part of the state tonight. The other one I'd say is Fairfax, because I don't know what's happening with the outstanding 43%. That percentage breakdown here seems to be on par for historical concerns in Fairfax County. Just because I'm curious, Sean, I'll show it to you. All right, it was 70-28 Biden to Trump. 4 years ago, it was, all right, 68-31 Northam over Gillespie. And just to refresh our memory here, so he's running well in Fairfax County, and that's the reason why we have been hesitant to make a call there. Does that help you, by the way?
No, that helps. Everything you do helps. You're great at that board. You know, at one point we used to call it the Hannity big board. Then you took it over. It's a Hemmer big board. I'm looking at New Jersey with 25% of the vote in.
Slow count.
And right now it's 50-49. Republican at 49.
Well, let's check in. Our board shows 25% of the vote. Is that what you're saying here?
Yes, sir.
Chitterelli and Murphy at 50-50. We got a lot of things that's in New Jersey. Listen, Fairfax County notwithstanding, I think Virginia's done a very good job of returning the vote so far tonight. Polls closed 2 hours and 34 minutes ago, and I would say, for the most part, Virginia's done a very good job.
But Bill, they seem stuck at 74%. I never like when counties and the counting gets stuck. I don't know. Just my suspicious Irish nature. I don't know.
Yeah. Might be a pipe bust in the bathroom.
Yeah. All right. We're gonna keep an eye now that it's tightened to the point. It's a 1-point race in New Jersey. We'll check in with Eric Sean throughout the hour. We'll get back to Bill Hemmer at the big board here first with more reaction. We have former White House Chief of Staff Reince Priebus, nationally syndicated radio talk show host Dana Lash. Reince, you and I had an off-camera conversation last night, and we did a deep dive into the early voting in Virginia. One, Republicans aren't doing good enough yet, but they need to really embrace early voting because whether they like it or not, that is the reality. They seem to do better here. The numbers we both felt were within a margin that Youngkin can overcome. So far, that appears to be unfolding. Your take on the results up to this point?
Well, you're exactly right, Sean. Look, I mean, Terry McAuliffe got himself completely boxed in. He got boxed in on local issues, which was totally about parental control of the schools. He got boxed in on national issues because Biden's mucking everything up from foreign policy to the border to the economy. I mean, even Democrats are ticked off with the president, so there was nowhere to go on national issues. And in Northern Virginia, you got to have something to say about those national issues because that's the entire world around Washington, D.C. And then the last thing, Youngkin is a happy warrior with a joyful spirit, and he's running against a guy who's bitter and ticked off every day, and people want to follow a happy warrior. So Youngkin had the momentum, he had the message, he had the money, and as Bill Hemmer just pointed out, there's not a single county or municipality in Virginia right now that if you're on the Youngkin campaign that you're looking at and saying, hey, this isn't going the way that I thought it would go. In fact, it's going better in every single marker. The party, the RGA, the RNC, the Youngkin campaign, the MAGA voters. I mean, it's a team win. And I think that I don't see where the making 200,000 votes now with half of Fairfax County in, this thing is not going to happen for Terry McAuliffe. It's a Youngkin win, I think.
Let me go to you, Dana. As we have discussed at length on this program, the failing Biden agenda, I can't cite a single item, and I'm trying to be charitable, where I think Joe Biden can point to as a success. It's been a rough 10 months of his presidency, culminating with his sleeping yesterday, culminating with his apology for America, and then culminating with begging OPEC for oil, which I couldn't believe. But more importantly, then you've got the situation here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Really, it seems that Terry McAuliffe went off the rails on his own with his comment that I don't think parents should be telling schools what to teach. To what extent is this more his fault, or is it tied into a bigger narrative that the Democratic Party has moved so hardcore left that they've lost touch with even people in Virginia, which is a pretty blue state?
I think you're completely right on that, Sean, and a point that our good friend Reince had just made there. Normally, somebody like Biden would have longer coattails, right? I mean, yes, I know it's just, a year since that he's been elected, but Virginia, this was a state that he took +10, and now you have Terry McAuliffe, who's this Democrat mainstay, who's struggling so much. I think to answer your question, it's kind of half and half, because McAuliffe did not do himself any favors, right? The remarks where he was essentially challenging parents' authority over their children, and I'm sure he's watching just completely dismayed from his headquarters right now, because it looks like, parents in Virginia are saying, let's go Brandon loudly and clearly. But Biden did not do McAuliffe any favors. In fact, Biden has not done any Democrats anywhere on any ballot any favors. He's actually created kind of a deficit that they have to run against. It's almost like they kind of have to run against him and not really with him. He's not bringing any momentum. He's not really going and stumping that much. He just jumbles some stuff that nobody can really barely understand. So it's been really difficult for them. They don't have a bunch of young guns to go out and kind of take up that yoke for him. So they really did. The party, to your point, the party really boxed themselves in here. And one other point on this, Sean, they really did take people for granted. In the 90s, we had the soccer moms. In the early aughts, it was the security moms. And now it's the school board moms. And I cannot believe that we are going on this many decades of this, and Democrats still have not learned that the most dangerous place to be is between a mother and her children. At some point, they'll learn this at the ballot box, but it doesn't look like it's tonight.
Reince, what does this do for Biden's infrastructure bill? What does it do for the $3.5 trillion new Green Deal socialism that he has been pushing? What does it do to the dynamic of the radical squad seemingly leading the Democratic Party versus two holdouts named Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema, who probably are thinking, I told you so tonight at this hour?
That's a great point, Sean. I mean, look, there's only, out of 435 House seats, there's only about 10% in play on a good day. Those are not districts where AOC, all of this wokeism, all of the spending is going to play. Look, this is the beginning. It's a first round in a big battle to fight against this wokeism that's taking over this country. You know, these constant race goggles that we're forced to wear. It's this corporate America that it's embracing this garbage and shoving it down people's throats. You know, the one blessing of the coronavirus is it caused all of us, me included, to pay attention more what's happening in our kids' schools, getting involved, looking at what our kids are reading. And I think this is just the beginning of a total and complete rejection and a complete embrace again of what it is that we're about as a country. And hopefully this is the beginning. And Glenn Youngkin's a great person to lead that effort in Virginia. And I mean, honestly, could not be more happy. I'm sure a lot of people are right now where we're at in this race.
You know, Dana, I try and explain conservatism in a minute, and I want you to give your definition if it's different than mine. And it has to be rooted in the forgotten men and women of this country. That to me, they're the most important people. They're the ones that really make America great. It should be about liberty, freedom. It should be about capitalism, our Constitution, limited government, less regulation, lower taxes, law and order so we can have peace and security to pursue happiness, free market solutions for health care, not government solutions, choice in schools. School is a big issue in Virginia, then secure borders, then energy independence, constitutionalists on the bench, free and fair trade, and peace through strength. What am I missing?
I don't think you're missing anything, Sean. It's all about limited government and realizing that government is empowered by the individual, not vice versa. I mean, that's the 10-second elevator pitch of it, and that's one thing that is a lot of people are being attracted to. You know, Sean, one of the things that you've noted, I know that that other people on Fox tonight have noted this, is the people that have been speaking out and pushing against all of this stuff, because this really is. We say wokeism and we say critical race theory, but what we're talking about is institutionalized Marxist racism and the deconstruction of the idea of this republic, the very principles of this republic. And that's what everybody's fighting against. One of the loudest voices, one of the parents groups that's been pushing back against this in Virginia has been run by a Muslim Democrat mother. People can't say that this is all Republicans, and they can't say that it's all white families either. In my neighborhood, in my town, in fact, we have another school board fight tonight, and it looks like we're going to take a third seat with Andrew Yeager, who's so far winning against a pro-CRT institutionalized Marxist racism candidate, doing incredibly well. We have Cuban families and Hispanic families that have been leading the fight, because a lot of families are coming from places where they've seen what's happened when the government has more power over the individual, and they don't want to see that taught here, and they don't want to see it implemented here. And furthermore, and last point, Sean, one of the important things about conservatism is the belief in a sovereign that is greater than us, and that is our first identifying principle. We are people who identify as children of a kingdom, not as Democrats or Republicans first, or white or black first. We all have true equality in that kingdom, and that's the big thing. That's why it was very important for our founders to say virtue and our belief in a sovereign deity, a sovereign God. That's what makes our nation so great. That's
well
what
said, Dana. Thank you, and Reince, thank you. Stay with us. We'll get back to you in this hour. Joining us now with the very latest. I'm looking at the state of New Jersey, and it's 49-9, the Republican up over the current Governor Murphy, 49-3. Now, granted, only 31% of the vote is in, but if you would have told me that that would be the case with 31% of the vote in, Eric Shawn, I don't think I would have taken that bet either tonight.
Yeah, you're right, Sean. Jack Ciccarelli, who's the Republican candidate, former assemblyman, said that he thinks that this race is a lot tighter than the polls has shown, and certainly by seeing this squeaker that we're going through right now tonight, this was not supposed to happen. This was basically supposed to be a blowout, or at least having incumbent Democratic Governor Phil Murphy win by a comfortable 4 to 6 points, if not 8 points. But it is incredibly tight. And the issues that you're seeing in Virginia, Sean, tonight are also resonating here in New Jersey. Maybe not as strongly, but they are still resonating quite loudly. Of course, New Jersey is the highest tax state in the nation. That has been one of the major issues, if not the major issues, that Republican gubernatorial candidates have won with. That happened with Christie Todd Whitman, with Chris Christie, especially after Jim Florio in 1993 pushed through a $3 billion tax hike. Well, Jack Ciccarelli kept on hammering away at Phil Murphy as being too liberal, too progressive, even though he's trying to get the state budget situation in order. He says he is not right, has not been right for New Jersey, specifically talking about the school curriculum and some of the parental control issues that we've seen erupting with school boards across the nation. And Ciccarelli, at some of the debates, even took pointed differences with teaching sex ed to sixth graders and bringing some of these issues into kindergartners and the curriculum that's being taught in the public schools here in this state. Of course, the Democrats have an edge. They have a 1 million voter edge over Republicans here. And Phil Murphy won his election 4 years ago by 14% of the vote, and President Biden carried the Garden State by 16%. But no one, Sean, no one expected this race to be as close as it is tonight, with some of those same issues that we've seen that potentially bringing Republicans to victory in Virginia and the Commonwealth there also being, it seems, repeated tonight here in the Garden State. But it is still, of course, early. But it seems at least those Republican candidates trying to get some themes and hammer away on some issues that resonate at the kitchen table and at home among moms and dads and others. It's happening here, it seems, in New Jersey tonight. But of course, it's too early. It's going to be a later night than they thought here in the Garden State, Sean.
All right, with 32% of the vote in, the Republican is up by a point. We're watching this a little more than a point now, actually a point and a half. That was a surprise. We will watch that closely. We go back, though, in the meantime, to Glenn Youngkin headquarters. Sarah Carter is back with us. Sarah, I've got to believe 80% of the vote in right now. That room seems to be getting louder as the night goes on.
I got to tell you, Sean, the energy in here is electric. People are just on the edge of their seats. They do believe. I've talked to people who say, I don't want to say anything yet. I don't want to jinx it. They're excited. They feel a change is coming to Virginia. This is such a significant election. I got to tell you, everyone I've been speaking to, there isn't a person that doesn't tell me this isn't the beginning of a red wave across the United States. So Glenn Youngkin is just the beginning. Look at that. I mean, they love you here, Sean. They love you. They're ready to spread the red wave across America. I'm so excited to be here. This is history. Really, really is. Just take a look. Thank you.
Hey, Sarah, can you say Sean Hannity says hello and congratulations early?
Yeah. Hey, everyone. Sean Hannity says hello. Congratulations.
Oh, there's 3 people. I got 3 votes. That was great. Anyway, Sarah, we'll get back to you.
It's so loud in here.
I can tell. Anyway, thank you. Joining us now with reaction, Fox News contributors Joe Concha, Leo 2.0 Terrell. I think all 3 of us are on record. I predicted a 2-point win in Virginia. Leo, you predicted a win. You did?
I predicted
and Joe,
a win.
I think you did on my radio show. Go ahead, Leo, go ahead.
No, I put it out on Twitter an hour ago. It's over. He won Virginia. Glenn Youngkin, congratulations.
Okay, they still got it counted. It's 80% of the votes, but it's 53-46. Youngkin has maintained a strong lead throughout the whole night. I'll be honest, Joe Concha, I thought the Fox poll was an outlier poll. I might be proven wrong. I looked at the internals, and there was an 8-point race, and I said, this just doesn't fit with every other poll that I'm reading. And if they're right and I'm wrong, I will humbly apologize.
And the Fox poll a week ago had Youngkin winning by about this margin, 8 points. Yeah. So it looks like Terry McAuliffe is running out of runway at this point with 80% counted, as you said. But, Sean, we are witnessing a political earthquake tonight, straight out of the San Andreas Fault, if that fault was on the East Coast. And by the way, the Lincoln Project, along with Bill Kristol, who plays a conservative on Twitter, they endorsed Terry McAuliffe. And as usual, they lost again, as they always do with every state race. Those, and I'll say this generously, scumbags who concocted a white nationalist hoax against Glenn Youngkin in the most pathetic, inept political stunt we've seen in modern politics, only helped seal McAuliffe's fate. So that's very delicious. You could go in front of your home right now and burn money in the street before donating to those clowns or listen to Bill Kristol. But in Virginia, as you've mentioned, McAuliffe tried to run against Donald Trump instead of Youngkin in this race. The former governor even brought in Joe Biden, who broached Trump 24 times in one relatively short speech just last week. And that's what happens when you have nothing to run on, especially education. And now we're seeing in New Jersey, where I am, Jack Ciattarelli up here a little bit in this state. And even if Phil Murphy somehow pulls this out and wins a close one, Joe Biden won this state by 16 points a year ago. The president's coattails are non-existent. He is toxic. It will be a red tsunami in 2022. Nancy Pelosi will be retired as House Speaker after the GOP takes that chamber, Congress, and say hello to cocaine Mitch McConnell as your Senate Majority Leader again. And look, just 36% of Democrats say they want Joe Biden to be their nominee in 2024. And Kamala Harris, that's your plan B? You have to wonder if the Democratic Party, with no real bench, who could they run if the ticket right now in Biden and Harris isn't your answer? Stacey Abrams, Marianne Williamson, Bernie again, Mayor Pete? I mean, this is going to have ramifications, the Virginia result and a possible New Jersey result, for weeks, months, even years to come, because this shows you where Joe Biden is at this point in the eyes of the American people, Sean.
I agree with that, too, and I don't think enough people are going to, the White House is already doing everything they can do to distance themselves from this disaster, but I don't think Joe Biden helped anybody. Just look at the border, look at Afghanistan, look at the begging OPEC, energy prices, heating prices, the prices of goods and services, supply chain issues. Leo will give you the last word this segment.
I'll be very simple. Listen, the race card is dead. At the last minute, out of desperation, McAuliffe tried to use the race card. And I want to make sure this is clear. They tried to use the race card. This was about education. This was about parents' rights. And the race card is no longer applicable. And I would suggest to the Democrats, they need to go back to the drawing board, because it's people like myself have left the Democratic Party because when they don't have ideas, when they don't play with facts, they throw up the race card. And that is a surrender sign. When they use the race card, it's a surrender, because they have no facts. They have no argument. They're trying to get you to be divisive. And the people of Virginia, and hopefully the people in New Jersey, have spoken that we reject the race card. We want issues involving our kids. We do not want critical race theory. We want to have people govern us and give us our liberty and freedom. And that's what you see in Virginia right now.
All right, thank you, Leo Terrell and Joe Concha. We turn back to Bill Hemmer at the big board. Okay, we have 80% of the vote in. Let's go back to, well, for Terry McAuliffe, Bill, I would argue he's running out of runway here. Yeah. And fertile territory. For example, you spent a lot of time tonight going over very specific counties, Fairfax in particular. Where are we now in terms of the vote counted percentage?
Got it. I want to show you here something, Sean. We're getting closer, because I can tell you Fairfax County just clicked in at 81%. So they're counting them up here. Richmond was lagging. They've got 2/3 of their vote in, too, so they're catching up as well. Just remember that Joe Biden was above 80% there 11 months ago. Sean, I want to try and show you something here, okay? I want to take the current... What do you mean they're catching up here? In other words, they're catching up in terms of releasing the count. Yeah, correct on that. Yes. Correction noted. I want you to... This is the current state of the race in Virginia 2021. This is where it was 4 years ago. It's red and blue on the map. There's just subtle changes here, but they make a point. All right, this is 2017 between Ralph Northam, an easy winner of Ed Gillespie, won by 9 points, right? So where's the difference? There's 2021. And there's 2017. I just point right down here in these areas, and I'll go ahead. This is Montgomery County. I mentioned that to you a moment ago. I mean, that's a real shocker. how that county can be blue, 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 and then all of a sudden tonight it's at 60% Republican. Prince Edward, a smaller county, fewer people, but one of these bellwethers we talked about. Down here in the southeast, the Hampton Roads area, Northampton, etc. So watch what I do with the map here. You can see the counties that have gone from blue to red throughout the course of the night, and if all those numbers hold up, that will be quite impressive. Let me take you again. I just want to emphasize this, Sean. Richmond City, okay, here we just got another batch dumped here. You're at 76%. So again, as I mentioned, we're getting closer now with Richmond City outstanding a moment ago. That's not the case now. 3/4 of the vote is in. Fairfax sticking at 81%. McAuliffe, we expected him to win this county. He's up about 2-1 right now. So that's the reason why you can't make a statewide call. A lot of votes up here still in Northern Virginia. You want to know about Loudoun? I know you're going to ask me. Am I wrong? You were going to ask me about Loudoun, weren't you?
We've known each other way too long. Yes.
So McAuliffe's going to win the county, but that's an impressive number for Youngkin. You know, he got his voters to the polls. And I would argue, Sean, if you want to break down this state, knowing that we have not declared a winner here, this is what I would say is the story so far. And that is the rural area. Youngkin has shown that he can get a greater percentage of the vote, even over Donald Trump, in some of these counties. That's story number one in the rural area. Story number two would be the suburbs south of Richmond. Is a really good example here. Chesterfield, Youngkin, he's outperformed by about 4 points in that county alone. So it's the rural area, it's the suburbs, and Loudoun County, I would argue, Sean, is the issues county in this campaign, and Youngkin did better than he had that he needed to do so far tonight. So Fairfax, Richmond, we'll get more to you momentarily.
And by the way, the decision desk has projected Republican Mike Kerry, Ohio, the 15th district there, as the winner of that special election. Bill Hemmer, you've been doing a great job at the board. I think when you put it into perspective, and we get to look back at 2020 and compare it to 2017, and you look at the percentages, and then you look at the massive shift. I mean, we could be talking about a 15% shift in voters from Democrat to Republican.
You could.
In a one-year period of time.
Yeah,
it's a pretty remarkable statement.
Sean, that crosses political lines, it crosses social lines, it crosses the issues lines here. McAuliffe has badly outperformed at this point in the race.
Absolutely. Not a lot of runway, as we've been pointing out. 82% of the vote in. Thank you, Bill Hemmer. You've been great all night. We appreciate it.
Good to be with you.
We bring back in Ari Fleischer, who's with us, as well as Sarah Sanders. Ari, let me look at the big picture, and that is the impact on the Biden agenda. Because there were two people that were resistant to this new Green Deal socialism. That was Senator Manchin of West Virginia and Senator Sinema of Arizona. I would imagine that this agenda now gets revisited by a lot of people that probably want to win in the next election in 2022, a year from now. And maybe they don't want to go down that socialist path that apparently is not working very well tonight for Democrats.
Well, you know, West Virginia and Virginia used to be one state, and then West Virginia split and became its own state. So if you're the senator from West Virginia, Joe Manchin, right now, and you're looking at Virginia, where 3 statewide races look like they're flipping from Democrat to Republican, including the governor, of course. The Virginia House of Delegates looks like it's going to split from Democrat to Republican. What does it tell you as a West Virginian to be careful of? The Biden agenda, the whole woke progressive movement that's to capture the Democrats. And so this really puts Joe Manchin in an even more enhanced position to say no to the Biden agenda. We'll ultimately see what he does, but that's, if I were in the White House, that is one of the huge policy blowbacks as a result of this election now in Virginia. And don't forget New Jersey. Move your eyes up I-95 to Virginia, to New Jersey.
I'm looking at 49.
One-third of the race.
I'm looking at 39% of the vote in, and it's the Republican up by nearly a full point. I don't think most people expected that at 40% of the vote. What are the long-term ramifications, Sarah Sanders, for the Democratic Party?
Well, I think it shows just a complete rejection, as Ari just stated, of the Democrats' agenda. I think one of the big lessons that you can take away from tonight is the number of parents who are standing up and pushing back against the left's agenda, in particular how their kids are being educated, how the left wants to indoctrinate them and teach them that America is a racist and evil country. And parents across the country, especially in Virginia, as we are seeing tonight, are pushing back on that lie and saying we're not going to let that happen, and making sure that we're electing people that are going to stand up and remind people that America is the greatest country on the face of the planet. And we need more leaders like Glenn Youngkin who understand it and who are willing to do everything to defend it.
Unbelievable night so far. Thank you all for joining us. Sarah, thank you. Ari Fleischer, thank you. Bill Hemmer's been phenomenal all night. All our reporters, Sarah, everybody. What a night. Anyway, unfortunately, that's all the time we have left for this evening. We will have full, complete analysis tomorrow night and a lot to go over. A lot of angles we'll be covering. Now, stay with the Fox News Channel for continuing election coverage. Thank you, as always, for being with us. Laura Ingram's up next. We'll see you back here tomorrow night.
And this is the Ingram Angle from Washington tonight. With more than 2/3 of the vote counted, Republican Glenn Youngkin now has a clear advantage in the Virginia gubernatorial race. Fox News projects now that McAuliffe needs to win roughly 2/3 of the outstanding vote to change that outcome. It's a pretty tall order. And the Fox News decision desk is not yet ready to make a projection, but again, Youngkin has a very clear and decisive advantage at this moment. Tonight, the seismic event that is this Virginia governor's race. We have reporters on the ground and full election analysis from some of the best political thinkers in the country throughout this hour. And you've been hearing me talk about this now for a better part of the last year. By all accounts, Glenn Youngkin has outperformed in counties from deep blue suburban Northern Virginia to the rural Southwest. And it's very important to remember, everyone has to remember this, that few really thought that this would have been possible just 1 year ago. But in 9.5 short months, Corn Pop's Buddy has laid waste to the Democrats' dream of a post-Trump political nirvana. We Virginians have watched in horror as Biden has destroyed almost every advantage Americans have over other citizens of other countries. Our energy independence, our workforce, our unity, our border, our military's prestige. And then they saw another relic of the past. Terry McAuliffe promised more of the same. Adding fuel to the fire, the cynical and rabid anti-Americanism that has infected our schools. An errand boy for the teachers union, McAuliffe saw nothing wrong with Loudoun County. All a big to-do about nothing. A close race in a state that Trump lost by 10, that hasn't elected a Republican governor for 12 years, would have still been good news for the GOP. But an outright win for Youngkin is 9.8 on the Richter scale, with far-left policies buried in the rubble. Now, this night would not have been possible without the man determined to prove the critics wrong, Glenn Youngkin himself. He's one of the hardest working candidates we've ever seen. He wasn't afraid to campaign in liberal Northern Virginia. He wasn't afraid to take on the school boards and the radicals that are running our once great education system into the ground. He wasn't afraid to stand up for gun rights, for sane economic policies, and yes, for American history. Most people who are attacked savagely by the media machine fold. They melt. Trump didn't, and Glenn Youngkin didn't either. He just kept pushing. Remember how Democrats felt election night a year ago? They were triumphant. They were elated. Braggarts. They were seemingly unstoppable. Of course, Republicans, man, demoralized, angry. Oh, yeah, angry. Despondent. Many of you turned off your TVs for months. Well, how are you feeling now? You should feel really hopeful and optimistic. Youngkin was right. This is a common sense movement run by normal, average people who want a better life for themselves and their families. We love this country. A country which is not systematically racist, by the way. And we're sick of seeing people canceled or threatened or intimidated or shamed for speaking their minds or saying no to a vaccine. And by the looks of things on the other networks, they're taking all the wrong lessons from this race.
I think that the real ominous thing is that critical race theory, which isn't real, turned the suburbs 15 points to the Trump insurrection-endorsed Republican.
Have we seen the emergence of the Delta variant of Trumpism? The Delta variant of Trumpism. In other words, Youngkin, same disease, but spreads a lot faster. It can get a lot more places.
Remember when Van Jones was the big uniter, who's kind of a moderate, reach across the aisle? That's out the window. Well, last year, Democrats had so many forces going their way. They had the COVID panic, they had the BLM hysteria, they had the vicious anti-Trump fervor. But tonight shows us that Trump's policies were, in fact, very popular because they actually work. In retrospect, it may be that 2020 was not the beginning for the Democratic left, but its zenith. They misread the electorate, and badly. America is back. Joining me now is Bill Hemmer, co-anchor of America's Newsroom from 9 to 11 a.m. Eastern. And, of course, he's got his big board, Andy. Bill, what can you tell us? You've been doing a great job tonight.
Thank you. Interrupt me anytime. Something you're looking for, Laura, just shout it out, okay?
All right.
I'm going to show you something that I just noticed, all right? And you would know this better than most because you live in the Washington, D.C. area, right? Here's our nation's capital, these northern Virginia counties, the most populated areas. Still a bit of an outstanding vote in Fairfax. I'll show you that in a moment. This is Stafford County, Laura. It's a quickly growing area southeast of northern Virginia, as they call it there locally, Nova. Look where Youngkin is on the board here. You've got 10% of the vote outstanding. So he's ticking up over 57% of the vote. Why is that important? If you go back to November of last year, it's because Joe Biden flipped the county by 2 or 3 points. And now we come back to 2021. And in Stafford here, you see, these are the suburbs. You see it around Richmond, Laura. You see it here in Stafford. The suburbs have come back to the Republican Party in a significant way. And also, I would argue that we're likely to see tomorrow in some of the exit polling that the independent voter has shifted as well. You saw that advantage in a lot of the pre-polling before this election about independence and the margin you were seeing that favored Glenn Youngkin over Terry McAuliffe. I'll spin around the state here, Laura, real quick, just because, I mean, Richmond City was outstanding, but it's about 83% in, so we're getting real close to getting an idea about what the outcome will be. Relatively speaking, years ago in the governor's race, Ralph Northam was at almost 82%. Come back to 2021, Terry McAuliffe is find 10 or 12 different counties across the entire map and find a similar pattern so far with McAuliffe underperforming there as well.
Bill?
Rural, yes.
Can I just jump in one moment? The fact that Christmas and the holidays are right around the corner and the panic that is setting in, I know we're focused a lot on the schools, and rightly so, but the supply chain issue and the Biden bleed on that, I'm sensing in Northern Virginia, kids play sports in Northern Virginia, people are panicked about that, and they're looking for someone to blame. Do you think that might have come into play?
It could be. Laura, I think actually what you could likely do if you were to analyze the last 10 months of the presidency for Biden, you could create your own list and throw a dart at it and pick supply chain if that's your issue, COVID if that's your issue, if economy that's your issue, education that's your issue, foreign policy. Who is going to forget an American C-17 rolling down a tarmac in Kabul, Afghanistan, with 20-year-old men bouncing off the side? We have never seen that image before. You wonder then, 2 trips to Capitol Hill, a president who could not get a deal or move people one way or another after 2 trips to his Democratic caucus. It makes you wonder, on that list that we're talking about, What have you managed well so far in your presidency? I wouldn't just say supply chain law. I would say you could choose from the entire list that I just clicked off there. But you mentioned Northern Virginia, Prince William has 10% outstanding. So we're getting close again. I just want to check in here.
For what happens in the rest of the country.
votes under every bed in America. And they wanted an inductive answer. They got none. And I think if they were smart, the Democrats, they'd say, we're not going to listen to the squad. We're not going to listen to Elizabeth Warren or Bernie Sanders. And I don't think they're going to do that. I think they're going to say, we didn't charge them with racist enough. We didn't mention Donald Trump enough. We got to double down. And if they do that, I think 2010 setback for the Democrats will look like a picnic. And just finishing very quickly, I think it taught the Republicans that the MAGA agenda is institutional.
So we're gonna let the votes come in. Watch it as the totals come in. We're gonna put Fox back on so we can all track the votes as they come in. We love the way they're going. We're feeling good. Glenn's excited. Suzanne's excited. We want you guys to keep excited. We're gonna have a party, and we are gonna celebrate tonight. So thank you all for what you're doing. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being with Glenn with the campaign. We are gonna celebrate electing the next governor of Virginia tonight. Thanks, guys.
In every county, Dinesh, the DNC chair tonight, Jamie Harrison, made sure to really kind of listen to the parents' concerns about what's being taught in the schools or not. Watch.
The person interviewing me said that, yeah, critical race theory and that it's taught in public schools in Virginia. I'm like, which ones? This is a theory in law school. This is a dog whistle to divide people. They have become a party of fascism and fear. And those are the two things that really motivate them right now.
Dinesh, are they ever talking about how their agenda is making the country better, or is it just critical race theory?
Well, I mean, I agree with Victor that while the education issue was front and center, there was a critical issue in Virginia, this was a kind of stop the insanity message to the Democratic Party across the board. I mean, the Democratic Party has a razor-thin margin in the House and the Senate, but they're governing like this is FDR, like they own the country. And so I think this is a pushback against the insanity going on at so many different levels. Now, politically, this is, I think, such a devastating loss. I'm trying to sort of put it in perspective. It reminds me a little bit of the loss of the 2 Georgia Senate seats for the Republicans right after 2020. But in the case of that Georgia election, you know, there was a divide between the Trump kind of MAGA camp and the Republican establishment in Georgia. So it was a little bit of an anomalous situation. But here in Virginia, the Democrats were united. They went all in. Obama was there. Kamala Harris was there, Stacey Abrams. I mean, they pulled out all the stops, and even so, they suffered not just what looks to be a defeat, but a resounding defeat. And I think that has implications for 2022 and perhaps stretching all the way to 2024.
But, Victor, I just want to keep going back to this Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema and this reconciliation bill that is still hanging in the balance. Manchin has got to see what is going on in the country. And West Virginia went by Trump by how much? I've forgotten it was so much. So what does he do? He should have shut this whole thing down, and Biden should come out tomorrow and say, do an Obama and after he got shellacked and try to work with the other party. But I doubt that will happen.
I think he's huddling with his advisors tonight, Laura, to do exactly what you said and do so in saving grace with his colleagues. But he knows it's suicide now to go along with this crazy bunch that the people repudiated. I think the message is also, they're in an echo chamber. They have Silicon Valley, professional sports, entertainment, corporate boardroom, Wall Street, universities, K through 12, but they don't have the people. They have all the leverages of communication and influence, but the message and their attitude and the meanness by which they deliver it has alienated the people. Without the people, you're nothing. And I think Manchin's going to figure that out. He already has.
Well, the gubernatorial race in New Jersey is a lot closer than expected. We're going to go back to Bill Hemmer at the billboard for the latest. Bill, this is fascinating. Yeah, what can you tell us?
Indeed it is, Laura. Listen, there's well over half the vote that's still out right now. Let's see what happens here. Some of these heavily Democratic areas have not clocked in their entire vote. I mean, look, it would be a stunner if Chitterelli were to be able to hang on to this. But as for the moment, it would appear to be a tight race. Why is that? I'll just take you here to Middlesex County right now. you know, Murphy is where you would expect him to be, right? A little bit under 60% in that county. So he seems to be holding his own. You go back to 2017, and this was Murphy then. He was at 57%. So that's what's happening in Middlesex. I was watching Bergen County up here, up in the northeastern part. You know, you got the Republican here hanging on in a way that maybe a lot of people didn't expect. Let me just go back 4 years and show you what the result was there. Murphy was an easy winner in Bergen County. So maybe these numbers hold up, and maybe and they keep it a tight race, Laura, or maybe they collapse. You know, this is something we're just waiting to find out here in New Jersey. It is no secret that the focus of this election was in Virginia and not New Jersey. So we're waiting to see how this picture fills in just a little bit here. Just give us a little more time, all right? Now, back in Virginia, why can't we make a call? We can't make a call. Here are the current numbers. We're at Youngkin 51.5, McAuliffe just shy of 48%. So it's gotten a little tighter over the past 30 minutes, I would say, Laura. At the moment, some of these bigger counties, like Chesterfield, right? A lot about this, Urbanville here, south of Richmond. Youngkin's
start in Virginia.
me read this. The New Jersey gubernatorial race, this is the decision desk, is much closer than expected. Late into the evening, Republican challenger Jack Ciattarelli is outperforming his expected voting in key counties. The significant amount of Democratic-leaning vote remains to be counted. While Phil Murphy was expected to easily win a second term, this race may be a cliffhanger. That's from our decision desk moments ago.
I would just finish my point on this. 2017, this is where Murphy's vote was. Okay, I mean, come to 2021, at the moment, is this going to stand? It might. I mean, if it did, you're talking about a red wave through 2 states. I mean, New Jersey clearly is considered to be a Democratic state, and Virginia, that, I mean, for 12 years they've been talking about how they're just going more and more blue. I think Mo Alithi this past week was one of the few people who argued that Virginia was not a blue state. I mean, every time he came on the air with us, guys, he said, this is a purple state. And maybe Mo's right in the end after these results that we're seeing here in Virginia.
I would just mention one thing. In 2009, Governor Christie won by about 3.5% in New Jersey. So the spread right now between these two candidates is about close to 3%. It's about 3%.
I'll just give you one more thing here, guys. It's been a fun exercise throughout the night, fun in the loose sense, to look at the percentage of the vote, not real vote numbers. Remember, presidential elections, more people turn out, more people vote. But on a percentage basis, when you compare Biden and Trump, it was less than 11 months ago, right? So here is where we were last November in New Jersey. All right, so it's roughly 16 points, would you say, between Biden and Trump. And this is where we are in 2021. And we'll see what happens.
You know, the turnout also in Virginia was expected to be around 2.2 million, and it's over 3 million.
Yeah. And that
so the turnout's been huge in Virginia.
Energized turnout, especially in the Republican and the south part of Virginia, outperforming Trump's numbers in a lot of those counties that were deep red, Bill.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at this, guys. I've been looking at the vote difference here. You saw it, right? You saw it shift. When we started this hit, we were well over 100,000 in favor of Youngkin over McAuliffe. Then it dipped down around 45,000 and just clicked up again at 86,000. That means that votes are coming in. So if you give me a minute here, I'll just go back to the 3 main counties, and we'll see whether or not this changes during the course of this particular report here. Okay, Youngkin dropped a couple points here, down to 54%, still outperforming what he expected to do in Virginia Beach City. This is 2017, just for comparison's sake, and that went to the Democrat. Biden, you know, he took it from Trump by about 5 points in 2021. That's where we are in Virginia Beach City. Just back to Chesterfield while I got you guys. Youngkin's got a lead, real vote, 10,481. Still hanging on to that 55% margin there in Chesterfield. Really is going to, if this holds up, guys, it's going to be a significant story about how a Republican goes into a blue/purple state, however you want to characterize it, and wins without Trump being on the ballot. And how you go back into suburbs and win that vote back. It's going to be a significant deal. Prince William up here. What the difference is, 29,000 raw votes in favor of McAuliffe, and that pretty much stands. Let me just check my note here on Prince William County. So going into tonight, the floor for Youngkin was right around 41%. That's remarkable. The floor for Youngkin, if he were to hold at 41%, that would indicate that he would do very well statewide. And I mean, look where he is, just 1/10 of a point below that. So maybe he reaches 41, maybe he stays there or goes lower, but that was the floor again as we started. You know,
Bill, you've got the different races in this Commonwealth. Potentially Republicans pick up governor, lieutenant governor, attorney general, and the House of Delegates.
That's right.
As you look at the numbers right now. And again, we haven't called this race yet, but we probably are getting pretty close as these numbers, the path is narrowing. But you're looking at something that is larger than just one candidate.
Yes, listen, I'm studying, I'm trying to see through the lens of the issues over the past 10 months. And, you know, Virginia is very unique. You know, they have it in their Commonwealth Constitution to have essentially an open seat every time you vote for a governor, because it comes a year after a presidential election, and no governor can run for re-election. I mean, like Terry McAuliffe, he can run after his term is over, but he can't run for a consecutive term. So effectively, you have, in Virginia, you have an open seat in the November that follows every presidential election. That is just truly unique. And then you start to get a measure about how the country's feeling, about the direction, et cetera. Look, we in our poll that came out a week ago, we found the enthusiasm gap to be 10 points between McAuliffe and Youngkin. It was like 79-69. Well, if that's where the energy is, and this is as close as the race is right now, 2.5 points, well, 10 points on the enthusiasm margin is significant. And I would argue at the moment that's probably the reason why you're seeing the McAuliffe-Youngkin split here. That's one thing to think about. I think the other thing, in rural Southwest Virginia, I've showed you guys this a bit earlier today, and again, I'm just talking about percentages, not raw votes. But look where Youngkin is, right? I mean, 87.6.
Yeah. Margins matter. That adds up.
It's really incredible, too. And, you know, you go back and you look at the Trump vote, and, I mean, he was doing gangbusters down here, right? He's at 83, Brett, right? He's at 84. Tazewell, my favorite, he's at 83. And in 2021, you know, Youngkin exceeded those percentages in those counties. I just think I find it very impressive. Yeah. The fact that you can flip Montgomery County and do what you're doing right now in some of these suburban counties, they have to feel pretty good. And in a razor-tight race here now, all this stuff matters. Even the small counties down here in the Southwest, and clearly the bigger, most populated counties in the northern parts.
Bill, we'll head back as we get a little bit more, and I think we're going to get some more soon, we hope. We'll head back to the billboard.
See you then.
Both states.
Yeah, I mean, these are very close races, and they're tightening up as we watch these final numbers come in. So let's take a look at what some of the folks were saying as they came out of the vote today in Virginia. Shannon Bream is taking a look at our voter analysis. And as you sift through it, this late point in the evening, Shannon, what's really standing out for you?
Yeah, we are looking, Martha, at a couple of key issues and seeing what bubbled up. Our Fox News voter analysis survey shows us that a range of different concerns added up to a very close race tonight. Virginia voters told us there were three main issues in this race. The economy, followed distantly by the pandemic, and then education, which has really taken a lot of attention the last couple of weeks. McAuliffe won pandemic voters by a wide margin, but Youngkin closed the gap there in a lot of ways by winning decisively on two other issues. Youngkin is a former businessman. Economy voters certainly responded to that. He won them by a margin of 25 points.
horas en un avión y vine directo. Voy a votar y se vine para acá.
Pero tú estás loca.
Wait, I'm gonna go finish my beer. Let's go, Brandon.
whether or not you had to call transsexual students certain pronouns and the like, and then there was a sexual
have a charger for a Samsung.
mark? 3, 2, 1. So.
Folks, I have the privilege of leading off with a word of prayer for the next governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia, Glenn Youngkin. Glenn and Suzanne are people of faith, and they started this campaign in prayer, and we're not going to stop praying. Because Glenn understands that our unalienable rights come not from government, but from God. That's right. So, let's pray to the God of heaven. Father in heaven, we thank you for your mercy and for your grace. And we thank you for a new day in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And we give you praise and glory. You tell us in your word in Daniel 2 that you raise up kings and you depose them. And so we're thankful, Lord, that you are sovereign in the affairs of men. And we give you glory and honor. We pray your blessing over Governor-to-be Glenn Youngkin and the First Lady of Virginia, Suzanne Youngkin, and their children. And we pray, God, your continued blessing on the United States of America and our great Commonwealth. In Jesus' name, and everybody said, amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your next Lieutenant Governor, Winsome Sears.
All right, settle down. I am at a loss for words for the first time in my life. You know, I love you too. I am here. Yes. Marine Corps. Motivated, dedicated. So I'm here because of you. I'm here because you voted for me. I'm here because you put your trust in me. That's the only reason I'm here. Thank you. Thank you. Got my speech. Want to introduce to you my husband, Terrence. He's another Marine. My daughter, Katja, and my other daughter, Janelle. I'm telling you that what you are looking at is the American dream. The American dream. When my father came to this country, August 11th of 1963, he came at the height of the civil rights movement from Jamaica. He came, and I said to him, but it was such a bad time for us. Why did you come? And he said, because America was where the jobs and the opportunities were. And he only came with $1.75. $1.75. Took any job he could find, and he put himself through school and started his American dream. And then, yes, and now he's comfortably retired. And then he came and got me when I was 6 years old. And when I stepped on that Pan Am Boeing 737 and landed at JFK, I landed in a new world. And so let me tell you this. I am not even first-generation American. When I joined the Marine Corps, I was still a Jamaican. But this country had done so much for me, I was willing to die for this country. USA! And so I say to you, victory indeed. But I say to you, there are some who want to divide us, and we must not let that happen. They would like us to believe we are back in 1963 when my father came. We can live where we want. We can eat where we want. We own the water fountains. We have had a black president elected not once but twice, and here I am, living proof. In case you haven't noticed, I am black, and I have been black all my life. But that's not what this is about. What we are going to do is we are going to now be about the business of the Commonwealth. We have things to tend to. We are going to fully fund our historically black colleges and universities. You're going to hear from your governor-elect, Glenn Youngkin, and he's got a day one plan that I'm already tired about. Don't know how we're going to make it to day two, but he's going to make sure we keep more of our money in our pockets because he's going to get rid of all kinds of taxes. We're going to have safer neighborhoods, safer communities, and our children are going to get a good education. Because education lifted my father out of poverty, education lifted me out of poverty, education will lift us all out of poverty because we must have marketable skills so that our children can not just survive, but they will thrive. and they will create generational wealth. That's what this is about. I'm going to finish up. We love you too. It's a historic night, yes it is, but I didn't run to make history. I just wanted to leave it better than I found it. And with your help, we're going to do that. We're going to have transparent government. And as I used to say as we were on the trail, hold on, Virginia. Help is on the way. The cavalry has arrived. Thank you. God bless you. And finally, I want to thank my staff because I couldn't have done it without them. We were a ragtag bunch of people. We ran an impossible, improbable campaign against God was exactly with us. Otherwise, we would never have made it. And so I want to finish up by thanking you, Jesus. How sweet it is.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your next First Lady, Suzanne Youngkin.
Women, you all were amazing. Incredible, incredible. It has been the highest honor to spend these last months traveling around this Commonwealth and meeting Virginians. You welcomed me in your homes. You welcomed me in your parks. You welcomed me in your houses of worship. You were the most kind, hospitable, industrious, dedicated, wise, thinking, caring, and beautiful people to me, and I am forever grateful. I do want to give a shout out to the more than 27,000 women that were part of Women for Glenn. Incredible, incredible. You inspired me and sustained me, and you girls rock. You're unbelievable. I'm so proud to be here representing our family, Glenn's family. I'm here joined with our son Grant, our beautiful daughter Anna, and Anna's little brother John is not here tonight because he is studying overseas, but he's with us in spirit, and our youngest son Thomas. We also have an incredible array of extended family here that have come in from all over, including my father and Tom Schultz. And we are so honored. They bless us richly. And trust me when I tell you they bless Glenn richly too. So many of you all have heard the story about the beginning of this interesting journey that we're on. It happened on a fateful day in the summer of 2020 when Glenn came to me and he said, "Hey babe, you want to go for a walk?" And I thought, "Oh, you don't go for walks." And so we set out in our beautiful hometown of Great Falls, Virginia. And he told me on that walk that he was going to retire the next day from his 30-year business career. And that ultimately he had a calling on his heart to go into public service. And I paused and I said, "So you're clearly having a midlife crisis, and we really need to rethink this." But the more we talked and the more we walked, I knew that when Glenn Youngkin has a call on his heart, he steps into service. So the other two things that I knew were decidedly clear on that Friday afternoon was that my adoration for and dedication to my husband of more than 27 years meant that we were going to embark on this campaign and this journey together. I knew that. The second thing I knew, there would be no losing because I married a winner. So, without further ado, the Youngkin family would like to introduce you to a really tall man with a really big heart. I love him very dearly, and I can tell you do too. Please welcome my husband, your next governor, Glenn Youngkin.
Wow. Thank you. Wow. Amazing. Woo. All righty, Virginia, we won this thing. How much fun? How much fun? First of all, First of all, thank you all for waiting a few minutes longer than we thought to. Breakfast will be served shortly. Amazing. Well, first, let me thank Suzanne. Let me thank Suzanne. I have said many, many times that the Lord knew what he was doing because I need her a lot more than she needs me. When I told you on that fateful Friday afternoon that a conviction had come over my heart to go serve Virginians, you did respond. You responded with grace. You responded with support. You responded with unconditional love. Thank you. Thank you. I also have to thank my amazing kids, because I'm not sure that they were all on board at the beginning. So, guys, I want to thank you, Grant, Anna, John, Thomas. John, thank you over in Dublin. I love you guys. I love you guys. And I want to thank my beloved Commonwealth of Virginia. My fellow Virginians. We stand here this morning at this defining moment, a defining moment that, yes, started with two people on a walk, and a defining moment that is now millions of Virginians walking together. Walking together, sharing dreams and hopes, just like the ones that have always been planted on my own heart. Dreams and hopes for a Virginia that soars, a Virginia that never settles, a Virginia where the Virginia promise comes alive for everyone that calls this Virginia home. Together, we will change the trajectory of this Commonwealth. And friends, we are going to start that transformation on day one. There is no time to waste. Our kids can't wait. We work in real people time, not government time. And so on day one, we're going to work. We're going to restore excellence in our schools. We will invest the largest education budget in the history of the Commonwealth. We're going to invest in teachers, new facilities, special education. We're going to introduce choice within our public school system. How about that? Choice within the public school system. We're going to start with 20 charter schools, and we are going to make a down payment and close the gap on giving parents an opportunity to select where their kids go to school. Friends, we're going to embrace our parents, not ignore them. We're going to press forward with a curriculum that includes listening to parents' input, a curriculum that allows our children to run as fast as they can, teaching them how to think, enabling their dreams to soar. Friends, we are going to reestablish excellence in our schools. We are fighting for parents and students and teachers and our schools. Friends, we will reduce our cost of living. On day one, we will declare the largest tax refund in the history of Virginia. We're going to eliminate the grocery tax, suspend the most recent hike in the gas tax, double everybody's standard deduction, and we are going to cut taxes on the retirement income of our veterans. All in, we're going to save Virginia families $1,500 year one. We are going to keep our communities safe. We're going to comprehensively fund law enforcement because they stand up for us, and we are going to stand up for them. Higher salaries, better equipment, more training, programs like Unity in the community to work to build trust between law enforcement and those they protect and serve. We're going to protect qualified immunity, invest in our behavioral health system. And finally, we will replace the entire parole board on day one. And on day one, we're going to jumpstart our jobs and reinvigorate this economy so it lifts up all Virginians. We're going to get this economy moving again, growing 400,000 new jobs, fostering 10,000 startup businesses. Friends, Virginia will be open for business. It's time for Virginia to be the place where everyone wants to live, not leave. A place where the relentless pursuit for a better life, for prosperity, is not burdened or blocked by self-interested politicians who are more focused on their futures than those they were elected to serve. Over 100,000 miles on the campaign trail, I heard stories that were unique and powerful. But the reality is the challenge of overcoming a culture where the state overwhelms self-empowerment is all too common. For too long, we've been expected to shelve our dreams, to shelve our hope, to settle for low expectations. We will not be a commonwealth of low expectations. We'll be a commonwealth of high expectations. And friends, all of that has changed tonight. A campaign that came from nowhere. But we were joined by neighbors and friends of all races, of all religions, of all ages, of all political ideologies. And it turned into a movement. This stopped being a campaign long ago. This is the spirit of Virginia coming together like never before. The spirit of Washington and Jefferson and Madison and Monroe and Patrick Henry, of Virginians standing up and taking our Commonwealth back. My fellow Virginians, this is our moment. It's our moment for parents, for grandparents, for aunts, for uncles, for neighbors, to change the future of Virginia's children's lives, to change their Virginia journey. It's our time to turn that vision into a reality. It's a vision where Virginians' power, the power that has historically resided in the marbled halls in Richmond, is spread out to the kitchen tables that are held together with the bond of spirit of liberty and freedom. Especially those kitchen tables where breakfast is eaten after a midnight shift. Friends, this is where our government will go. We will go to the people, for the people. It will be of the people. From the farms of the Shenandoah Valley to the docks and shipyards of Hampton Roads, to the coal fields in Southwest Virginia, to the banks of the James River, to the memorials in Arlington National Cemetery. This is our Virginia to build together, and we are going to go to work on day one. There are always those. There's those that say that that hill is too steep to climb. But we are empowered. We're empowered by a conviction, a righteous conviction in our children's future. We're strengthened by our collective belief in the Virginia promise. So let's climb that hill together. Let's reinvigorate our future. Let's reinvigorate this amazing Commonwealth of Virginia. Together, 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 we can build a new day. A new day for Virginians where, yes, we soar and we never settle. A new day where all Virginians, all of us, can deserve to look forward to grabbing, to aspiring, to dreaming, and then achieving that great Virginia promise. God bless you all. God bless the Commonwealth of Virginia. And let's go.
you.